Phantom has a massive edge in their lifetime head-to-head with over 2,300 round wins. It's interesting because Vortex is entering this as the top player on the ladder. It'll be a real test to see if that skill gap can overcome the historical pressure here. He secures the kill from the Tetris, extending his lead to a commanding 3-0. A stark contrast to the form he's shown in his last few matches. He just doesn't let up, simply clearing Vortex off the ramp to make it a 4-round burst. Hard to believe he's the one struggling right now. Absolute perfection from the top seed, just sweeping through this opening stretch. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, picking up a 6th straight. It is a rough start for the world's top-rated player. The lead continues to balloon as he simply refuses to miss a shot. It's a total flip from their most recent meeting on this layout. He wins the standoff on the ramp, keeping this relentless streak alive. Despite a shaky run in his recent games, he looks sharp. Unbelievable. He closed out a victory from the ramp, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's really making it look easy out there. He just barely edges out another win from the Tetris, surviving a brutal trade. Just a complete reversal of their previous 13-6 result. Another effortless takedown from the ramp as he pushes a huge lead into the break. A flawless performance across the board for this half. Phantom takes a huge 11-1 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected this level of a beatdown from the second seed. Vortex looks completely lost right now. Against the 58% map win rate advantage Phantom holds, Vortex needs a spark right now. Vortex is finally starting to fight back, picking up 2 in a row to slow things down. The number 1 seed is finally showing some teeth. He's just not letting up, trading shots right there on the ramp to keep this momentum going. He's riding a serious wave of confidence coming into tonight. He takes control of the ramp with a crisp kill, putting him just a single round away from the victory. The favorite looks completely composed in this situation. And that is it. He secures the final kill from the Tetris to shut the door on this series. He looked like he was playing a different game entirely today. The number 1 seed had no answers for that pace. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head battle by a slim margin of 7 rounds. He's generally the more consistent player here, and that historical edge is clearly showing. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can reverse his luck today. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The second highest rated player in the league is showing his class. Phantom's got a great vantage point up on the wine, and he's really capitalizing on it right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, just completely erasing any hope of a comeback for Catalyst. Simply breathtaking. He just can't be stopped right now. The odds shifted slightly in his favor coming into this. Catalyst answers back with a fast reaction to hold the line. A nice little confidence boost for the number 4 seed. Phantom really thrives on this particular setup, where he's traditionally won 65% of his matches. Well, seeing him build his lead right now makes sense given his comfort level here. He's looking to put a huge stamp on this series. Phantom's just dominating, sitting pretty at 7-3. Catalyst is starting to chip away at that lead, and now the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. Honestly, the supposed underdog is putting on a clinic right now. He's really capitalizing on that early momentum to put Catalyst on his heels. Time to see if Catalyst resets. What a scramble! Both of them were almost out of health, but he manages to scrap through. That was an absolute nail bite. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. He's certainly trying to flip the script from their last meeting. Phantom is just cruising along at 10-5. He's really making the most of his top 2 placement on the ladder. These rounds are flying by lately. Everything is happening so fast that one mistake ends the game immediately. Phantom just can't be shaken. He's really making the most of that high ground to close in on the finish. Absolute precision from the wine. And now Phantom has his opponent on the ropes. Huge stand from Catalyst to keep his hopes alive. He needed to find an answer quickly to avoid the sweep. Unbelievable. He barely survives that trade to secure the final round and a huge victory. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the ladder today. Just a completely different level of play. Catalyst has a massive historical lead with 666 wins over Vortex. It's really interesting to see that play out, because Catalyst usually looks like the heavy favorite in this pair. He'll be trying to keep that long-term momentum going. That was a quick read by Catalyst, catching him from the ramp to pull ahead early. Tough spot for Vortex, who's carrying a rough loss from his previous server. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. The number 1 ranked player on the ladder is showing his class. Catalyst just reclaimed control, edging ahead 3-2. Vortex definitely knows how to win the series, though. A real slugfest on the ramp there, with both players fighting for the same inch of ground. He's certainly proving why he holds the top spot right now. Catalyst extends his narrow lead to 4-3. He's bouncing back quickly after that rough series against Phantom. Vortex claws back, making this a dead heat at 4-all. Vortex is really leaning into that top seed confidence today. What a scramble. He barely walked away from that one, but it's enough to push him into a 1-round lead. And just like that, Vortex levels things up at 5-all. He's fighting to avoid another result like the one he had 16 hours ago. Vortex grabs the upper hand, leading 6-5. He's definitely in good shape today with 25 wins already. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the switch. I mean, it's surprising to see this close given how often Catalyst usually beats him. He's really fighting back against the historical odds today. Let's see who finds the opening shot. Catalyst puts a tiny cushion on it, leading 7-6. Vortex typically has a slight edge on this particular map. Vortex strikes back, and we are back to a stalemate. Both of them are coming off a tough series against Phantom. Vortex is really starting to build some steam here, putting a lot of pressure on the match. It's a total deadlock now, 8 apiece for both. He's having a fairly similar day on the server overall. Vortex moves one ahead and is looking lethal. A huge amount of pressure on his shoulders right now. Unreal. He nearly ran out of health there, but he digs deep to survive and take another round. Vortex takes a commanding 10-9 lead. That's a strong showing from the 4th best player currently in the league. And Catalyst forces another tie, bringing us back to 10-all. The top seed is starting to feel the heat now. A completely effortless finish to keep the streak alive and put the pressure back on Vortex. The number 4 rated player is stepping up his game. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving to within a single round of victory. He's really finding the edge he had in their past encounters. What a finish. He closes out the match with total authority to take the series. He really had a chance to turn the tide on his favorite map, but he just couldn't close it out. What a battle. Phantom has clearly dominated their history with over 2,000 total wins in this head-to-head series. It will be interesting to see if that long-term gap outweighs the current form, as Vortex has a huge 24-11 record over the last day. I wonder if that momentum is enough to pull ahead early. Vortex is putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. Our top seed is really asserting himself right now. The tension is high as these two trade blows, and Phantom just won that scramble on the ramp. He's playing some clean Counter-Strike today. Unbelievable. He barely closed out a victory after that chaotic exchange, leaving him with a tiny sliver of health. That's 2 wins in a row for the second-ranked player. A completely untouched round for Phantom as he surges ahead with a 3-round burst. The second-ranked player is making a strong case for that top spot. He's just too fast right now, extending that run to 4 straight. He seems completely unfazed by facing the world #1. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, moving into a 5-round surge. Finally, the momentum shifts as Vortex secures a clean win to hold the slide. His recent struggle in the last 10 games is starting to show. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this specific map, which is a huge gap compared to his opponent. He's clearly using that comfort to outplay the favorite, while it's starting to look like Vortex is just completely out of ideas here. Phantom takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's looking like a total collapse for the top seed right now. He's playing like a man possessed and really capitalizing on the underdog status. Let's see if the favorite awakens. Vortex finally finds another one to make it 8-5. He really needs to shake off those recent losses from earlier. Phantom had the high ground there and simply outreacted him from the toolbox. Vortex is playing aggressive from the top of the map, and it's starting to pay off. He's fighting back after that tough loss on Redline earlier today. Phantom just didn't let him stay safe on that box, picking up another one to keep his lead. It's getting harder and harder for him to keep pace. Phantom is just totally in control here. He is staring down the finish line. The momentum shifted quickly after that blowout on Redline. Vortex manages to push him off the ramp, putting another dent in Phantom's lead. The top seed is finally starting to find some footing. Vortex is really tightening the screws now, picking up another win while holding the high ground on the ramp. He's proving exactly why he sits atop the ladder. Phantom handles the exchange and brings himself to a huge advantage, just 1 round away from victory. He's really capitalizing on those early advantages. What a way to end it. Phantom puts on a show from the ramp to close out the match. He really knows how to handle this map, shutting down the world #1 with a bunch of lightning fast reactions. Phantom is currently the #1 player on our ladder and he's playing like it today. You can see that confidence carrying over from his previous series win against Catalyst. It'll be interesting to see if that mental edge holds for the rest of the game. He's just too fast today. That makes it 3 straight for the favorite. He's really putting on a clinic today. He holds the high ground on the Tetris to shut the door on any hope of a comeback. Hard to shake those ghosts from their previous set. The onslaught simply doesn't stop, putting a massive gap between the two. He really seems to have a read on his opponent tonight. Finally, a response from Catalyst to halt that run. The battle is nearly even overall across their entire history. Unreal. He barely walks away from that fight, clinging to a tiny sliver of health while holding the Tetris. He's really making the most of a perfect day so far. Catalyst is actually more successful on this specific layout, holding a 68% win rate here. It's a nice contrast to the wider head-to-head history where Phantom usually has the upper hand. We're seeing that map advantage start to manifest as Catalyst fights back. Phantom is firmly in control with a 7-3 lead. The top seed is really showing why he owns that #1 spot. Everything is just coming up Phantom's right now, and he's really starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent. Phantom heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, he's completely defying the expectations here. Catalyst was supposed to run away with this, but he's just struggling to find any answers. Let's see a new energy here. Phantom is just relentlessly dominant at 9-4. The top 4 on the ladder are really clashing tonight. Phantom secures that win from the Tetris, putting an incredible amount of pressure on Catalyst's shoulders. The #1 seed is looking absolutely flawless tonight. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health left. The top seed is truly putting on a display of skill. Catalyst is really fighting for his life here, managing to knock the top seed right off the box. He's looking a bit more shaken than we've seen him today. He just keeps his composure, taking full control of this engagement to bring himself to the verge of victory. he manages to secure another round, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. That was a much cleaner finish than some of his recent battles. Game over. A swift final exchange closes the door and sends the number 1 seed through to the next round. He's just not letting up. Catalyst really fought hard to find some openings, but he's just outclassed in this one. Catalyst holds a commanding lead in the head-to-head over their lifetime. It's a psychological edge that often carries over into these shorter sets. We're seeing the trend again after the previous match between these two ended in Catalyst's favor. Vortex has flipped the script, leading 2-1. Vortex is playing a lot better than his recent matches suggest. What a scrap. He barely walks away from that exchange, but his grip on this set is only getting stronger. He's shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier today. Unbelievable. Catalyst claws his way through that exchange to take him off the ramp, surviving by a thread. Both of these players have put in some massive hours today. Vortex is just dominating right now, pushing to 4-2. It is a huge turn of events for the second seed. Vortex is on fire, cleaning up the ramp and putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. A lightning fast response from Catalyst, refusing to let the deficit widen further. He is staying composed and keeping the pressure high with another win. The momentum is shifting after his strong start to this set. The momentum has completely swung. He's an absolute wall right now, leveling the match at 5-5. He's proving that his higher seeding is no accident today. He's just relentless. Taking another duel to widen the gap as we head toward the break. He's really putting the squeeze on as the first half winds down. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Vortex is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite here. After those contrasting streaks, it'll be interesting to see who takes control on the other side. Fresh start for both players. Vortex edges ahead again, claiming a slim 7-6 lead. Vortex is shaking off that rough start to the day. Catalyst keeps his cool through a tense exchange to bring the score back to a deadlock. The favorite is starting to look much more comfortable. The comeback continues for Catalyst, who's now back in the driver's seat with an 8-7 lead. Vortex answers back, and we are deadlocked at 8. A real battle of the titans between these two high-ranking players. Goodness, both players were absolutely shredding each other there, but he just barely outlasts his opponent. The second-ranked player is really finding his confidence now. Absolutely effortless. He just completely outclassed his opponent to bring things back to a dead heat. He's refusing to buckle, out-dueling Vortex once again to maintain this charge. The higher seed is truly finding his range as we close in. Vortex strikes back, and we've got a total stalemate. A tight series for the two best players currently on the ladder. He's completely untouchable in this exchange, putting a real dent in his opponent's hopes. The favorite is starting to look like the player we expected. He just shuts everything down, taking out Vortex from the ramp to reach match point. Vortex is really feeling the heat now. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect round to secure the victory. He really fought for every single one of those rounds, but it just wasn't quite enough to stop the streak. What a match. Phantom has an incredible 4-0 run over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Vortex, who is coming off a difficult string of results. If he can regain his composure, those historical stats heavily favor the top seed today. Vortex fights back to tie things up. The number 1 seed on the ladder looks just as strong as expected. Phantom is really utilizing the vertical space here, holding that box to maintain his momentum. Absolutely ruthless. He completely shuts the door on any hope of a comeback for now. The head-to-head historically leans in favor of the top seed. What a frantic exchange. He clings to a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. It's just like their last meeting where Phantom walked away with a win. A complete blowout. That's 5 in a row for Phantom. He's firmly asserting himself as the top player on the ladder. Vortex reacts faster here, snapping onto the target for a clean point. Vortex is playing like a man with something to prove. He's not backing down, securing another point to keep this climb alive. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite. He just won't slow down, picking Phantom off the box to keep this rally going. Unbelievable, he just equalized the match, completing an incredible surge to bring the score to a dead heat. He is completely taking over this map, putting up a staggering 5-round streak heading into the break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite safely in the driver's seat. He's holding steady despite that fierce 5-round run from Phantom earlier in the half. Let's see how Phantom responds. Vortex holds a narrow edge at 7-6 right now. The world number 1 is starting to find his footing. He continues to show some serious grit, extending his lead to 8-6. He is managing to keep the momentum shifted in his favor. Total shutout there. He refuses to blink and just keeps stepping up the pressure. Phantom shuts him down completely to keep this recovery alive. That was a much needed stop for the favorite. He's refusing to let the lead slip, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. He's looking absolutely pristine, erasing any hope of a lead for the other side as the score levels out. He's proving incredibly tough to break, securing another point to stay in the lead. The momentum has completely swung in favor of the challenger. Vortex continues his strong charge, popping the favorite of the box for an 11-9 lead. That was a lightning fast finish to seal the advantage. Perfect shot to put him just 1 round away from victory. He is completely dismantling the top seed's defenses right now. Absolutely incredible. Vortex storms back to seal the victory and secure the map. He really turned the tables today, shaking off that losing streak with a statement victory over the world number 1. Phantom enters this match as the #1 ranked player in our rating system, and we are seeing that technical superiority early on. It makes sense when you look at the history, as he's historically held a narrow edge over Catalyst in their head-to-head battles. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can narrow that gap as the match progresses. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Both are showing high activity today after some long sets. That was basically an instant kill. Phantom is really picking up speed here. That was an absolute scramble, but he manages to scrap his way out of that firefight to keep the streak alive. He is simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 5. Catalyst manages to reset the momentum here, bringing the score to 2-5. He looks remarkably steady despite that set recently. Phantom is playing a very tight match here, with that high win rate on this specific map continuing to pay off. Well, he seems to be leveraging that map knowledge to keep Catalyst on the defensive. I wonder if Catalyst can manage to force a real turnaround. Completely untouched finish for Phantom, and he's starting to really pull away now. His form has been rock solid throughout today's sessions. A very crisp shot there to put another point on the board for Catalyst. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising start given how much the crowd backed. Catalyst is looking outclassed right now, but a strong push on the switch could shift things. Time for a total reset. Catalyst finds another one, but Phantom still leads 9-4. He has definitely felt the pressure after that recent loss to Vortex. Phantom's just cruising now, pushing his lead to 10. It's really proving to be a tough day for the 4th seed. Catalyst is really digging in here. He simply refuses to let this game slip away without a fight. It's becoming a steep hill to climb for Catalyst, who really needs a string of wins here to stay in the game. The top seed is really putting on a show here. What a fight! He barely scrapes by with 14 health, putting him on the verge of victory. A huge swing in momentum to secure that lead. That was a frantic exchange, but he manages to come out on top in the firefight. He is fighting for a way back into this contest. Absolutely flawless final round from Phantom to shut the door and secure the series. He really lived up to that top ranking today. A super clean way to handle that series. Catalyst generally holds a commanding lead with over 600 all-time head-to-head wins. It's interesting because Catalyst usually manages to find the edge in this pairing, but the early momentum is firmly with Vortex right now. Vortex is just too fast right now, cleaning him up from the ramp with ease. He's currently trailing the overall series by over 200 rounds. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. His historical dominance on this layout is starting to show. Catalyst needs a response fast, sitting back at 1-3. Vortex is fighting hard to flip the script after that last Mapas loss. Catalyst is refusing to let this slip, keeping things very tight in this opening stretch. A high caliber clash between the second and fourth best in the league. Vortex holds a strong lead, pushing the tally to 4-2. Vortex is really capitalizing on his current form, having gone 22-13 over the last day. So yeah, he looks significantly more comfortable right now than he has in previous meetings with his opponent. Another one for him, securing a huge advantage from the ramp. Really fighting for a spot in the top 3 bracket. Catalyst answers back with a precise trade of his own to keep the gap at 3. Coming in as the favorite, he's now looking to close that gap. He's showing some real grit here, fighting through the damage to secure another victory. He is simply on fire right now, claiming another round to narrow the gap. It is a huge shift from how the match started. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his usual 47% win rate on red line. The underdog is definitely making his mark and putting the favorite in a tough position. Time to switch sides. That was way too easy for Catalyst, walking away completely unscathed to tighten the gap. He's really trying to prove he can keep pace with the top 5. And he just keeps fighting back, erasing the deficit completely from the ramp to even things up. He's starting to look like the favorite again. Vortex manages to hold the advantage again, shutting him down from the ramp to reclaim a 1-round lead. The number 2 seed is really finding his footing today. Vortex is pulling away again, now leading 9-7. He's really making an impact despite that recent loss to Catalyst. He's showing an incredible amount of heart, putting together another strong response to keep this fight alive. It's a tough climb for the higher seeded player to regain control. A dead heat now as they both trade shots on the ramp, with the resilient veteran forcing the 9-9 deadlock. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of the seed gap. Vortex grabs a slim lead, edging ahead 10-9. It is becoming a real battle of nerves between these two top 5 seeds. A gritty exchange from the ramp, and Catalyst manages to claw it back to a complete deadlock. Absolute chaos now as they head into the final stretch. He's completely rewritten the script, taking a decisive win from the ramp to put himself just 2 away. He's really putting that higher seed status on display right now. What a statement. He's just totally taken over the server and now he's sitting on match point. Huge moment for Vortex to keep this alive. Digging deep from the ramp to stop that run. He needed that answer to avoid sliding right into the lost column. Absolute deadlock. Vortex forces the tie with an effortless kill off the ramp. An absolute nail biter of a... What an answer from Catalyst, securing the win from the ramp to push his lead. Lighting fast finish to put him in control again. He's simply refusing to break. Shutting that window closed with another flawless kill. Both players are trading blows as we enter the thick of it. Nobody is letting the other pull away. Bloody exchange here, but he manages to survive and put himself on the verge of victory. The confidence is clearly returning to his game right now. Unbelievable. He seals the victory and completes an incredible comeback to take the match. He just couldn't close the door when he had the chance, and he's gonna be feeling that one for a while. What a fight. Vortex gets a quick look at him and drops Phantom right off the box to start things off. Unreal, he nearly goes down, but somehow claws out a victory with almost nothing left in the tank. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is sliding this early. Phantom carries a massive historical lead in their head-to-head series, but you have to remember that Vortex actually took their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can use that long-term confidence to reclaim the lead here. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Phantom comes out on top by a hair! He's certainly looking sharp coming into this with a 5 one day. We are locked in a total deadlock at 3 apiece. The world number 1 is definitely making a statement right now. Vortex has officially stolen a slim lead now. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure right now. What a frantic fight, but he managed to scrap through the chaos to secure his 2nd straight point. Really pushing the pace for the number 2 ranked player right now. Another completely clean take as he picks Phantom off the Tetris, extending his lead to 6-3. That's quite the swing for the 2nd best player on the map. Phantom secures a towering advantage from the boost to pull this one back. The favorite is finally starting to put up some fight. Vortex has really found his footing today with a solid 22-13 record over the last few hours. He's playing with an aggression that completely offsets the usual advantage the top seed usually holds in this pairing. It will be a huge test for Phantom to shake this off before the halftime break. Vortex takes the lead 7-5 heading into the break. Things are playing out exactly how we predicted. He has a small edge, though he'll need to stay consistent to close this out. Phantom is showing some real grit, shutting that down completely to narrow the gap. A very clean recovery to keep things within one. He's just refusing to go away, completely erasing the gap to make it 7-all. Everything is wide open for both of them now. He just keeps rolling, using the Tetris to secure another one and take the lead. He's really leaning into that favorite status right now. Vortex responds immediately to bring this series back to a dead heat. Both of these guys are fighting tooth and nail for every single point. Vortex just edges ahead, putting him up 9-8. He's really making his presence felt in this set. A brutal scrap that ends in a dead heat, leaving both players square at 9-9. Neither side is willing to let the other pull away. He's really refusing to be rattled, digging in deep to climb back into this. He's taking complete control of the tempo right now. Vortex was not intimidated by the height, punishing Phantom's positioning to bring the score back to an even split. That's an incredibly tight race for the lead. Phantom holds his ground from the Tetris to keep the comeback rolling. He's showing why those higher expectations were there. Vortex manages to push Phantom off that height, and we are back to a total stalemate. A huge mental hurdle for a guy who's typically been so dominant in the long run. Phantom is just refusing to break, securing a massive lead and moving into match point. Just pure confidence from him in that final exchange. Vortex shuts the door on the regulation half, forcing this intense battle into overtime. Phantom is just refusing to buckle, putting up a huge response to take a narrow lead in this extra set. He's really making a case for that top seat label. Phantom just dismantles him off the ramp, continuing this incredible pushback into the series. He's really firmly in the driver's seat now. Vortex secures a huge win from that boost and effectively puts the pressure back on the world number one. Exactly what the number 2 seed needed to see here. Phantom is just refusing to let go, ending this trade with an effortless finish. That's a lightning fast response to get back in control. What a finale. He secures the final kill with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really fought his way back from the brink to secure that top spot. Vortex just didn't have the closing power in the clutch. What a fight. Phantom is stepping into this match as our best player, and that ranking really mirrors how comfortable he feels on this particular map. We saw him dominate their previous meeting earlier today, so the odds are definitely shifting his way right now. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Catalyst is definitely proving he can trade blows with the league leader. The momentum has completely shifted, and it's now a dead heat after that quick sequence. The world number 1 has lost his grip on this one. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 and looks unstoppable. He's really leaning into that historical advantage. What a scramble! He barely clawed his way through that chaos to level things up. He's definitely playing the role of the spoiler right now. Phantom just barely edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. He's looking every bit the top seed right now. That was an absolute war of attrition, but he survives by the skin of his teeth. The number 1 seed is really starting to assert his authority. A completely effortless play, and then makes it 3 straight for the favorite. He's looking very sharp today after that effortless win against Vortex. A complete shutdown of the opponent's push, and Catalyst continues to climb back into this. A clean response to get back in the game. He's just refusing to fade away, keeping the pressure on as we approach the midway mark. Just a couple more and we'll be at the halfway point. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the heavy favorite is struggling to keep pace here with a 62% win rate on Orange. Phantom is proving that the rankings weren't lying today. Let's see how this side switch feels. He looks completely unfazed, stepping back into the rhythm and keeping the pressure high. He is quickly closing that gap we saw before the match. He manages to outduel the favorite from the ramp to completely reset the series. This is precisely why the match projections were so close going in. Phantom holds a narrow 1-round lead as we start. He's really leaning on that top seed status right now. Phantom has such a deep history against this opponent. Having played over 1,000 matches together, it's clear that these two are completely familiar with each other's playstyles. He seems to have the upper hand in this specific rivalry today. A slow burn of a round, but Catalyst finishes the job completely unscathed to force a tie. This match is officially a complete toss-up now. Phantom claws back a single lead, putting him at 10. The rank 4 player is having a tough time finding an answer. Phantom is really starting to pick up speed, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst here. Just doesn't know when to quit, staying aggressive to narrow this gap even further. A lightning fast exchange to keep things interesting. Complete shutdown by the top seed, and now he is just 1 point away from the victory. This is looking like a repeat of his most recent series win. A huge display of grit here, keeping the dream alive by refusing to go down. The underdog is refusing to break under the pressure. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but the resilience of Catalyst is simply incredible as he forces a dead heat. A genuine nail-biter as we head into the final stretch of regulation. This is essentially a coin flip now, and it's anyone's game as we approach the finale. His recent form has been incredible, only dropping one match all day. He's really putting the squeeze on Catalyst here, quickly reclaiming that lead. The top seed is showing why he's currently rated best in the world. He's showing unbelievable heart, shutting the door on that exchange to trim the lead to 13-4. Talk about a high-speed exchange to get us into the final stretch. He is completely locked in, outclassing the favorite to bring things level at 14 apiece. An absolute stalemate as we head into the extra frames. He wins a brutal exchange and puts himself just one round away from the series. The top seed is showing a lot of resilience under pressure. He just refuses to break. Catalyst secures a flawless finish to force a dead even split. Both of these players are absolutely locked in. Phantom barely holds a sliver of a lead. Phantom's keeping his nose ahead, leading 17-15. His consistency is paying off, having only dropped one match today. Phantom maintains his tiny edge at 17-16. Neither player is giving an inch as this marathon continues. Phantom is just barely holding his ground at 18-16. The pressure is really mounting for the lower seed right now. Phantom is looming large with a 3-round cushion. He really dug deep in those final frames to secure the series. He just refused to let the number 4 seed push him off that peak. What a fight! Catalyst has a massive historical advantage here, winning over 60% of their head-to-head encounters. Well, it's not surprising that the momentum is carrying over from their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually flip the script today. Vortex is really starting to pull away at 2-1. Vortex is fighting back after that tight 13-16 loss he just suffered. He is absolutely on fire, strolling to a 3rd straight victory without taking a single hit. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another flawless round to keep the surge going. A completely different look than we saw in their last meeting. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, showing some real grit to stay in this He's showing some real strength here, picking up another round to keep this comeback alive. Expected the favorite to start making moves like this. Vortex has been incredibly active today, logging a 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. That kind of volume usually means he's feeling comfortable with his spray. It's helping him hold his own despite the historical pressure from Catalyst. Another fast encounter goes his way, keeping the pressure on as he tries to claw back. Unreal. Both of them were staring down the barrel of defeat, but Vortex barely scrapes through with a handful of health. The second-ranked guy in the world is really starting to find his footing. We're heading into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. And honestly, this is not how anyone expected this opening act to go. He's fighting a tough uphill battle historically, but he's definitely the one in control right now. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to survive the firefight and keep the momentum shifting. The early favorites quickly closing the gap. Vortex holds a 2-round cushion as we hit 14. Both of these guys are firmly in the top 5 right now. Vortex is cruising now, stretching that lead to 9-6. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback. That's quite the swing from their last map together. He manages to put one back on the board and claw his way back into the game. A crucial stop for the 4th-ranked guy on the ladder. He's refusing to let this game slip away, putting together a nice little rally here. He's playing exactly to that favorite tag now. Vortex is just a few steps away from closing this out and pulling off a huge result. A hard-fought exchange, but he secures the victory and puts himself just one step away from the finish. He's looking sharp as he moves within striking distance. Catalyst manages a clean response to keep himself in the fight. He needed to answer back there to keep this within reach. Another effortless win for the underdog, refusing to let this match slip through his fingers. Getting back into the game right when it counts. What a finish. Vortex closes it out in style to secure the map victory. He's finally shaken off that curse against the 4th-ranked guy. A massive statement win for the number 2 seed. What a fight. Phantom clearly has the psychological advantage here, holding a huge 61% win rate against Vortex over their entire history. And that dominance extends to their most recent meeting as well. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually break that pattern today. Phantom is just barely pulling ahead, holding a 2-1 lead. He's really bringing that top seed confidence into this one. Phantom's really capitalizing on the early momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on the second seed. The top seed is putting on a clinic right now. Phantom has stretched his lead to a 3-2 advantage. Vortex is definitely showing why he's currently sitting at number 2. Vortex is completely taking over the flow of this game, picking up his 3rd win in a row. Phantom still holds the narrow edge at 4-3. The number 1 guy in our rating is staying sharp. Phantom has been incredibly consistent today with a 7-1 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, it's clearly showing in how he's controlling the pace right now. He's just not giving Vortex any room to breathe. Vortex has clawed back to tie it up at 5-all. He's putting on quite a performance after a tough loss earlier. Absolute perfection from the second seed. Completely shut down the opponent to secure his 3rd straight. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's playing exactly how we thought he would today. That 4-round run really shifted the energy in his favor. Let's see how they adjust. Vortex is simply rolling now, commanding an 8-5 lead. Phantom is usually the one controlling their head-to-head matchups. Unreal, he almost goes down, but manages to edge out that fight by a hair. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure on this side. Good heavens, he barely walked away from that chaos, but it's another round for Vortex. A huge shift from the previous map where the top seed won. Vortex is just relentless, taking a fierce duel to bring his tally to 11. He's proving to be a real threat to the top seed tonight. Another effortless take, picking him right off the wine to put himself just 1 round away from victory. A quick response from Phantom to keep his hopes alive. The momentum has definitely shifted away from the higher rated player. What a scramble! Both players were on the verge of collapse, but he manages to squeeze out the win to close it all out. He just completely flipped the script on this rivalry, proving that those past losses don't mean a thing to Catalyst holds a substantial 76% win rate on this map. It's a huge advantage when you consider that Phantom is generally seen as the superior player on the ladder. It would be interesting to see if the rating gap can outweigh that specific map comfort. Phantom answers back immediately, finding that perfect line from the ramp to keep this close. The best player in our ranking is starting to find his footing. Phantom is really starting to stack up the wins, taking full control of the ramp to even things up. Catalyst is putting on a display of pure speed, cutting right through Phantom on the ramp. Phantom is playing that height perfectly, completely shutting down any attempt to push up the ramp. The top seed is really starting to assert himself. Phantom leads by 1 and looks completely confident. Catalyst is keeping the pressure on, quickly punishing Phantom for holding that ramp position. It's a tough spot for the world #1 to be in. Phantom maintains a narrow 5-4 edge right now. He's clearly feeling the confidence after that 19-16 victory in their last meet. Phantom is really putting on a display today, having won 70% of his last 10 matchups, while the momentum is clearly in his favor as he extends this lead. I wonder if Catalyst can flip the script before the half. Unreal. Both players were almost out of health, but he manages to claw his way to a 3rd straight win. That is an incredibly tight game to walk away from. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a shocking start for Catalyst, who was supposed to cruise here. He's struggling to keep up with that 4-round run we just witnessed. Let's see if Catalyst can pivot. Phantom safely ahead by 3 as we restart. A lightning fast exchange to get back in the fight. The #4 seed is refusing to just fade away. Phantom just can't be shaken from that ramp. He is simply too solid right now. This gap is really starting to open up in favor of the top seed. Phantom is just dominating, pushing the tally to 10-5. The head-to-head record is barely a toss-up over 1,000 games. He picks him off the ramp, extending his lead to 11-5. That's another strong series for the top-rated player today. He's just unstoppable right now, taking this round without losing a single point of health. Everything about this set just feels like a foregone conclusion. He managed to find a way through and takes down Phantom from the ramp. Tiny bit of breathing room for the underdog. What a finish. Phantom digs deep to secure the final victory and close out the series. It's a wild result considering how much Catalyst usually owns this map, but he just couldn't find a way to stop the #1 seed today. Catalyst gets the early lead, punishing Vortex for playing on the ramp. Catalyst is looking very sharp right now, keeping the momentum on his side after that quick win from the ramp. Vortex is starting to put some pressure back on, cleaning up that ramp play to tie things up. This is a huge match for him, considering their overall head-to-head history. The momentum shift is real. Vortex is completely flipping the script on this one. He's definitely taking advantage of that recent victory over him. He is simply not missing right now, claiming a third straight victory to move ahead. Vortex is really embracing the role of the underdog here. Catalyst answers back from the ramp to bring this series level. Both players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Catalyst holds a slender edge as we enter round 7. He's really trying to shake off a tough run of losses today. Vortex isn't letting him get comfortable up there. He just shut that wine box play down completely. This feels similar to their last meeting on the Dune. Vortex just edges ahead, leading the series 5-4. We are all square at 5 apiece now. He's fighting through a brutal losing streak from his previous games. Vortex looked great pushing from the ramp there, putting himself in a very strong position as we head toward the half. It is a tough afternoon for the number 4 seed. We are deadlocked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, Vortex is really challenging the expected outcome here. He's showing a lot of confidence against a player who usually owns this matchup. New sides, fresh start. Vortex reads the play perfectly and clears Catalyst right off that ramp. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. A brutal trade-off we have here. Both players are just trading blows in a total stalemate. Both of these guys have been grinding all day. Vortex now claims a 1-round advantage at 8-7. And the number 2 seed is really finding his footing here. Vortex is currently sitting on a 22-13 record for the day. It's a massive contrast to Catalyst, who is struggling to stop the slide. If he can keep up this level of play, we're looking at a very convincing series win. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 10-8. He's firmly in control of the pace right now. Catalyst manages to hold that window position, keeping himself right in the hunt here. It's a classic grind-out effort for the higher rated side. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, quickly shutting down Catalyst's attempt to play the ramp. He's certainly not letting the historical head-to-head dominate the server. Catalyst really locked down that ramp position to narrow the gap to just 1 round. He's definitely fighting to get back to his usual dominance here. Catalyst is just too fast from that ramp right now, putting himself in a great spot to take control. Unbelievable. Vortex manages to claw his way through that brutal exchange to stand on the edge of victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a... Absolute perfection to seal the deal. Vortex claims the series right here. Just a complete turnaround for his record against the 4th seed. Catalyst fought back hard, but he just couldn't find a way to shut that down. What a fight. Phantom enters this duel with a clear lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their previous encounters. It's an interesting contrast because Vortex is coming off a strong multi-game winning streak today. We'll see if the historical advantage is enough for the higher-ranked player to push back. Vortex is simply refusing to let up, turning the tide completely with a third straight victory. A swift response here, as Phantom puts a stop to the run with a perfect shot. It's a good sign for the favorite to get his legs back. He's showing some real grit here, taking another one to keep this series very close. The higher seeded player is finally starting to dictate the pace. He's completely flipped the script, erasing the entire deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He's playing a very disciplined series today. He's just untouchable right now, claiming a 4th straight to take the lead. The gap in experience is starting to show through. Vortex answers back immediately to pull the score even. That brings us back to a complete reset. Vortex manages to edge ahead, holding a narrow one-round advantage. His current form is definitely heating up after that trio of wins. That was an incredibly sharp reaction, putting the pressure back on for a dead even score. Unreal. He almost went down in that exchange, but manages to walk away with the win. It's a complete stalemate between the top 2 rated players on the board. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is unfolding exactly how we thought it would. He's managed to hold the advantage and put himself in a great spot for the second half. Time for a fresh start. Vortex has found himself in an incredible flow today, sporting a 23-13 record in the last 24 hours. So yeah, he is carrying a massive amount of confidence into this second half. It will be tough for the top seed to claw back if this momentum persists. Vortex is really pulling away now at 9-6. Phantom is definitely feeling the heat against the second best player on the ladder. Phantom shows some real resilience, digging deep to secure another point. He's definitely not letting this slip away without a fight. He's on a roll now, securing another clean kill to keep this comeback alive. This shift in power is starting to look real. He's completely reclaimed his footing, erasing the gap to bring this set to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted in the favorite's direction. He's simply not letting up, claiming a 4th straight to secure the lead. The momentum is firmly back with the high seed player. He is just in total control of this series right now, picking up another one without taking any damage. The seed advantage is fully manifesting in the late game. He's just relentless right now, cruising toward victory with a 6th straight win. The top seeded player is putting on a clinic for the league. Puts up another fight, keeping his hopes alive as he claws back into this series. That's exactly how you keep the pressure on in the closing stages. Unbelievable. He seals the victory with a clean finish to shut the door on the series. Vortex really pushed the pace early on, but he just couldn't close the gap after that crushing collapse. What a fight. Phantom currently holds a 70% win rate on this map. He is really the one expected to control the pace here. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can use that early lead to flip the script. Catalyst is just dominating this early set. Sitting at 2. He's really putting on a show after that tough loss to Vortex earlier. Phantom quickly responds, shutting down Catalyst while he was holding the ramp. Expectations are shifting and the league's #1 seed is starting to lean in. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 3-1. He's fighting hard to move past that loss on red line. Catalyst is just relentless now, putting up a 4-1 lead. Despite being the best player in the league, he's struggling today. Another effortless point for the challenger, who is simply refusing to let up. Hard to believe based on their previous encounters. What a scrap! Phantom barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. Unreal. Both players were on the verge of collapsing, but he managed to scramble away with the win. He's making a strong statement against the current #1 seed. Catalyst is just completely owning the verticality here, shutting him down from the container. He really needs a spark to get back to his usual form. Goodness, that was a wild exchange. He barely clutched it out, surviving on a thread. Phantom currently holds a 90% success rate over his last 10 games. It's clear he's entering this specific duel with a huge amount of momentum. If he can keep this current run going, he'll likely bridge that gap in the scoreline. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, the favorites are playing exactly as they should be. He managed to hold that slim lead despite Phantom's best efforts to close the gap. Let's see how the swap affects things. That's a strong start to the second half for Phantom, who just completely outdueled his opponent. A clean finish to put the pressure back on his opponent. Catalyst keeps a 2-point cushion as we hit 14. It's a tough spot for the #1 rated player. Catalyst holds a commanding 3-round lead now. A surprising turnaround given the result from their previous meeting. An absolutely crisp sequence from the challenger, firmly seizing control of the match pace. Phantom simply had the faster reaction there to get back into this. Catalyst is just completely in control of this series, putting a serious dent in Phantom's confidence. That top seed spot is looking more precarious by the minute. These two are trading rounds back and forth, keeping the tension high as the gap narrows. He's certainly looking to repeat that result from the red line match. Phantom keeps his focus, putting together a nice little run here. He's really putting the pressure on now. He is simply on fire right now, completing a perfect streak to close the gap even further. He's really starting to lean on those favorite credentials now. Unbelievable! We are officially tied up, and he has completely erased that early deficit. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws it out by a single health point to reach match point. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series and completes a stunning rally to secure the victory. That's a massive recovery. He really fought through those early rounds and just refused to let the match slip away. He had to work for that. Vortex reacts quickly to get the better of Catalyst, even with him taking the high ground on that boost. Vortex is putting on a clinic early, utilizing that ramp for a clean double take. The odds weren't favoring him, but the head-to-head history sure was. Catalyst really punished him for staying on that boost, keeping this match tight. The number 5 player in our rating is showing his quality now. Catalyst really holds the advantage in the long-term history here, winning over 60% of their encounters. It makes the current lead for Vortex all the more impressive, given how usually oppressive Catalyst has been in this rivalry. Vortex is comfortably in control with a 2-round lead. That's tough for a player who has spent so much time in the server today. Catalyst looks much more comfortable now, securing that win from the boost. He needed that one to keep things from slipping away. Vortex maintains his edge, holding on to a 5-free cushion. Vortex is looking sharp today after the tight win on fast aim. Catalyst claws back to keep this at 5-4. He's certainly fighting hard to shake off that rough stretch today. Vortex has been fighting an uphill battle with a 21-14 record today. He's clearly found a way to break through Catalyst's usual dominance. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure into the final stretch. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for the favorite. Catalyst has traditionally owned this rivalry, but he's struggling to stop the momentum right now. Side swap. Let's get moving. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he scrapes through with a sliver of health. That was a nail-biter. Barely escaped with his life there. Catalyst is really commanding the pace now, using that high ground to keep his momentum soaring. A complete reset, putting both players right back to square one. Vortex barely clings to the lead at 8-7. His second highest ranking in the league is starting to make a difference. Vortex extends it to 9-7, firmly in the driver's seat. Vortex is putting on a huge display today with his current record. These rounds are flying by now, and that latest exchange was almost instantaneous. He's trying to turn his luck around after those tough losses today. What a scrap! He just barely walked away from that exchange with the round. Talk about a desperate scramble to secure the lead. Vortex is really finding his footing on those elevated angles to keep the pressure mounting. He's really capitalizing on Catalyst's current slump. He just shuts everything down from that boost to put himself one step away from victory. He is completely dismantling the usual expectations for this pairing. Catalyst manages to get the upper hand, stalling the closing momentum just for a moment. He's fighting a fierce uphill battle to close this gap. He's refusing to go down without a fight, picking up another round to stay in this. Vortex will have to dig deep to secure this victory. A total shutdown as Catalyst completes the head trick, keeping himself alive in this match. What a gritty performance. He survives a wild shootout to force this match into over. This feels like a complete reversal of their early game dynamic. Catalyst just takes control of the map, finishing this incredible run of 5 straight. It's almost like the original predictions for this match are finally coming true. He's simply refusing to stop, extending this massive streak to 6 straight wins. An incredible turnaround for a man who looked completely lost on the server. He finally answers back, halting that dangerous run with a crisp shot. Still a tough day overall for someone with his ranking. It's a total deadlock. After all that back and forth, we are staring at a complete stalemate. The two of them are finally on equal footing. Pure efficiency from Catalyst, who just needs one more to secure the match. The favorite just puts the pressure right back on his opponent. Unbelievable. Catalyst completes the fight back and secures the map with a clean victory. Just a complete roller coaster of a series, but he manages to hold his ground in the clutch. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a battle. Phantom enters this match as the best rated player in the league, and it's clearly paying off with that fast start. It's not surprising given how he's held his own in their previous head-to-head encounters. We'll see if Vortex can shake off those earlier losses to close the gap. Phantom is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is proving he can handle the pressure today. The momentum has completely shifted. Vortex has flipped the script and now it's a dead heat. The number 1 seed is suddenly feeling the heat. Phantom edges ahead again, taking a slim 3-2 lead. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of that earlier loss today. Phantom pulls further away with a commanding 4-2 lead. This is mirroring exactly what we saw in their last meeting. He's completely taken over the map now, securing his 3rd straight win. He is playing exactly like the top seed today. A precise exchange here as Vortex secures another point and refuses to go away. Phantom holds a strong 63% lifetime win rate that really shows in his consistency. Well, that confidence is exactly what he's leaning on to maintain this distance. Vortex needs a string of rounds here if he wants to flip the narrative. Phantom is really starting to pull away at 7-4. The number 1 seed is really showing his class here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Vortex was supposed to be the safe bet here, but the underdog is looking incredibly sharp. Phantom is really putting his 64% map win rate to use. Fresh start for both players here. Phantom uses that high ground on the Tetris to put more distance between himself and his opponent. He's coming in with a ton of confidence after a stellar 10-2 run today. Phantom's just ruthless, pushing it to a huge 9-5 lead. A dominant showing from the top seed today. Vortex clawed one back to bring it to 6-9. It's a huge relief for the second-ranked player. Unbelievable. He claws back another one in a total slugfest, keeping this dream alive. What a way to keep the pressure on. Phantom just needed a clear sightline from that box to shut down this comeback attempt. He seems completely unfazed by the pressure today. Phantom is making this look effortless, consistently finding the quicker shot to build a serious lead. Vortex is fighting hard here, refusing to let this match slip away quietly. His recent record reflects a bit of a struggle lately. That was an unusually cautious engagement, but he walked away completely unscathed to reach match point. It's getting harder and harder for the challenger to find a way back. Vortex quickly picks him off the box to keep things interesting. Just a fraction of a second was all it took to reset the clock. He's not backing down yet, securing a second straight for a gutsy effort. The pressure is mounting for the frontrunner now. What an absolute finish. Phantom shuts the door on the comeback and secures the victory. Vortex really fought through the thick of it, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. He had to work for that. Phantom has a strong 65% map win rate here, which suggests he should have a tactical advantage. It's surprising to see him start slow, especially since he just came off a huge 11-2 day. He'll need to find his footing quickly if Catalyst keeps his pressure up. Catalyst is really starting to pull ahead at 2-1. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Phantom has all the momentum right now, evening this series up in a heartbeat. He's certainly playing like the current top seed today. Catalyst just snatched a huge lead, now sitting at 3-2. Still feeling the effects of that 13-11 victory their last meeting. We've got a deadlock now. Catalyst and Phantom are tied. He's looking every bit the #1 seed right now. Catalyst makes a quick read there, picking Phantom right off the wine. Tough spot for the world #1 to find himself in. A complete toss-up now. Both players sitting at 4. A very tight match for the top seed to navigate. Phantom edges ahead, clutching a narrow 5-4 lead. The best player on the ladder is really asserting his dominance. Neither side is letting the other breathe. They're practically trading blows round after round. This one is really living up to the historical rivalry. Goodness, what a scramble. He barely survives that trade to take a narrow lead into the break. That was an incredibly risky play to give up. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a real clinic right now. He is playing well enough to potentially pull off a huge surprise against the favorite. Let's see if the momentum sticks. Phantom's recent 11-2 run over the last day is giving him a massive amount of confidence. And it's reflecting in his play right now. He's completely dominating this half of the game. I wonder if Catalyst can find a way to break that momentum. What an absolute shutdown. He's now 3 rounds strong and firmly in control of this series. Catalyst secures a clean kill from the wine to break that streak. It's certainly a battle of the titans with the top 4 on the ladder. Phantom's widening the gap, firmly ahead at 10-7. He's definitely found a way to get back into this. Phantom is simply too strong from that vine position, putting a massive dent in Catalyst's hopes for a comeback. The pace is picking up quickly. Catalyst is starting to close that gap with some incredibly fast reactions. He just deletes Catalyst with a lightning fast snap. 1 more to go. Unbelievable. Phantom barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure the match. He really had to fight through those low health moments to close it out. Just a massive statement of intent from the world #1. What a fight. Catalyst comes out strong, picking off Vortex right as he tried to play the ramp. Vortex answers back immediately, catching Catalyst as he played the ramp to level things up. Vortex looks focused after those tough losses to Phantom. Catalyst has historically owned this rivalry, winning over 60% of their lifelong meetings. That dominance is clearly missing today as he struggles to keep pace. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover that mental edge. Catalyst clears the air, putting an end to the climb by knocking him off the ramp. Everything is reset now with the tally locked at 3 apiece. He's definitely leaning on that number 4 ranking right now. Vortex is starting to put some distance between them, taking control of the map from the toolbox. Vortex is on a roll now, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. That's a drastic shift from their 16-14 clash earlier. Vortex just nudged ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. Neither one of them has felt great today based on those recent losses to Phantom. Vortex is currently sitting on a 2015 record over the last day. Well, that contrast in current form is fueling a huge shift in confidence for him. It's a stark turnaround from his usual struggles against the better side of the bracket. Vortex is just too sharp right now, catching him from the window and putting a real grip on the match. A huge turnaround for the second-ranked player in the league. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he is defying a huge historical disadvantage right now. We expected Catalyst to breeze through this, but the underdog is completely holding his own. Let's see who settles in first. Vortex is running away with it, leading 8-5. He's truly flipped the script on the usual dynamic here. Vortex is just dominating now, pushing a 4-round cushion. And he just keeps rolling, erasing Catalyst from that ramp with 0 effort. Looking at their overall history, this is a rare sight. A fierce battle from the ramp, but he secures the kill to push his lead to 11-5. This looks a lot different than his last series against the 4th seed. Another effortless burst to clear him off the ramp, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. A sharp response from Catalyst, holding the ramp to keep this match going. He's definitely fighting to get back into his usual rhythm. Manages to hold his ground for another point, keeping the hope alive. His confidence is climbing with every trade. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door on the map and secures the victory. He's completely rewritten the story of this rivalry with that performance, making a huge statement in the top 4 tonight. Vortex comes out swinging, cleaning up Phantom right off that ramp to open things up. Phantom has a massive lead in their career head-to-head match history. So yeah, that's a lot of experience that's starting to show. It will be interesting to see if the higher-rated player can turn this into another straightforward victory. Vortex just keeps finding those quick openings, making it a very tight start to the series. The top seed is having a tough time finding his footing. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. Phantom looks very comfortable right now. Phantom pushes ahead by 1, taking a commanding lead. His A-dominant 12-2 record today is really starting to show. That was a lightning-fast reaction, barely a second before it was over. Vortex takes a narrow 1-round lead. A surprising shift for the man ranked at the top of the ladder. Deadlock again as Vortex and Phantom sit even. The best player on the ladder is making his presence felt. Vortex is putting on some serious pressure here, really fighting to keep this narrow lead as we head toward the half. He's showing some real grit against the world #1. Vortex has pushed his win rate to 21-15 over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this match, and he's completely ignoring the fact that he's usually the underdog in this pairing. Let's see if he can keep this pressure up. Six all at the break. We're seeing a very balanced start that aligns with the pre-match projections. Well, these two are locked in a dead heat, and it should be an intense final push from here. Clean slate for round 13. Vortex manages to secure that advantage from Tetris, shutting down the push from the ramp. A tight spot for the favorite to be in right now. Vortex now holds a healthy 2-round cushion. Tough spot for the world #1 to be in right now. Unbelievable. He clawed back to survive with nearly nothing left, dropping Phantom off the ramp. He's making his top seed status look very distant right now. Absolutely wild. He barely walks away from that trade on the ramp, but the momentum is firmly in his favor now. The pressure is mounting for the league's top seed. Phantom finally finds his mark and puts a stop to that run. Looking for some of that typical dominance here. Vortex was just too quick for him there, catching Phantom right as he stepped onto the ramp. That's a pretty stark contrast to the historical lead the other guy holds. Phantom secures the edge from Tetris, keeping this series very much in his grasp. The world #1 is starting to look more like himself. He's putting up a great fight, shutting things down instantly for another round. Phantom isn't letting up, picking the opponent right off the ramp to secure a 3rd straight round. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Vortex answers back with a clean shot to the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. A massive swing from the underdog here. What a finish. Vortex closes it out and secures the map victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, managing to edge out the best in the league in a total dogfight. What a series. Phantom has been in an incredible run of form, going 12-3 in his last few games. He's carrying a lot of confidence into this server. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this momentum against a rival as skilled as Catalyst. Phantom's just dominating, taking a commanding 2-0 lead. It's getting harder for him to fight back given that previous loss. He's just on another level right now, quickly securing a 3-0 lead. Our #1 rated player is making a strong statement here. A quick response from Catalyst, who refuses to let this match slip away so early. He's proving that he belongs in this top-tier matchup. Phantom's back in control now, leading 4-1. The favorite is really making his presence felt here. Phantom's just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. The top-seeded player is putting on a clinic today. He's just too fast today, quickly reclaiming the lead and stacking up another victory. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 4th straight victory. He's showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst manages to claw one back, keeping the deficit at 5. A tough start for the rank 5 seed today. Phantom has historically held a slim lead in their head-to-head record. It's clear that this particular match is just another chapter in a long-term rivalry where he's usually the one coming out on top. It'll be a steep climb if Catalyst wants to flip the script here. Phantom takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. Well, Catalyst was supposed to be the favorite here, but he's just getting outplayed. We're looking at a very possible upset if this keeps up. Time to swap sides. Phantom is staring down a massive 10-3 lead. His 80% win rate in recent games is proving way too much to handle. Phantom is cruising with a huge 10-4 advantage. He's fighting an uphill battle tonight. Catalyst is finally starting to string together some rounds, making this a much tighter fight than we expected. Phantom just slammed the door on that little momentum shift. He is simply not letting this match get close. That was a fierce straight, but he comes out on top to reach match point. He's just a hair away from closing the door. What a finish. Phantom comes through in the end to secure the victory. He just looks too comfortable on this map today. No way for Catalyst to find a way back into the game. Catalyst has dominated this rivalry with a 62% lifetime win rate. It is interesting to see that edge persisting here after Catalyst struggled so much in his other matches today. I wonder if he can keep that mental advantage throughout this set. Vortex is starting to build some real heat here, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp. Catalyst is reacting instantly, quickly answering back as we head into the second set of rounds. Catalyst holds a narrow lead, sitting at 3-2. The higher seed is having a tough time getting his footing here. Vortex just clears him right off that ramp to completely even things up. He is really battling to find a spark after those tough losses earlier. Catalyst still keeps a thin edge with a 4-3 lead. He is certainly fighting to shake off those recent losses. Vortex has definitely been the more reliable player today, putting up a 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to how he's playing right now. He really needs to find a way to stop this kid before he loses his grip on the game. Catalyst is pulling ahead now, pushing it to 6-4. It's a bit of a redemption story for the number 5 seed. These two are trading blows every single round. Neither one is willing to let the other take any control. We're all tied up at 6 apiece going into the break. Honestly, Vortex is putting up a huge fight against the odds. He's really capitalizing on his map advantage to keep the favorite from pulling away. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst takes the lead, putting the pressure back on Vortex. The number 5 seed is really stepping up to the plate. We are deadlocked at 7-all. Total chaos. He is really struggling to find any momentum after those previous losses today. Vortex is firmly in control now, really capitalizing on this slide from Catalyst. The second ranked player in the league is really asserting himself. Vortex clears him right off the ramp, officially taking over the lead. Looking a bit shaky after that tough 5-13 set against Phantom. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but Catalyst manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. Pure luck on that one, barely surviving with nothing left. And just like that, they're glued together at 9-all. This particular set is a huge swing for him, given those recent losses. Vortex surges ahead, finally claiming a 1-point cushion. That's certainly a shift from how Catalyst dominated their previous head-to-head bouts. Vortex is putting on an incredible run of form here, shaking off the historical deficit to pull firmly ahead. He's really struggling to find a way back into this. He's totally on fire now, holding that ramp for a third straight victory and putting him just one round away from the win. Catalyst keeps his hopes alive with a flawless response, refusing to let the game slip away. That's a huge psychological boost for the lower seed right now. Unbelievable, Vortex secures the final kill to close it out and take the match. He's really rewriting the history books today, proving he can finally go toe-to-toe with one of his toughest rivals. What a performance. Phantom holds a substantial 61% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. That historical advantage seems to be playing a role in how he started this match. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can claw back into this like he did in their last encounter. Absolutely untouchable right now, securing another effortless win to keep the momentum swinging his way. What a scramble. He practically clawed his way through that exchange to claw back a round. He's fighting the good fight despite the odds today. Vortex is showing some real grit, picking him off the box to keep the rally going. The comeback is complete. He erases that early deficit to square things up at 3-3. Another clean burst, and he's now taken complete control of this series. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this one. Unbelievable. He was nearly gone, but manages to secure a narrow victory to keep his run going. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He is simply on a different level right now, claiming another victory to reach 6 straight. And he finally answers back, cutting the lead down to 2. He's certainly making a case for that favorite tag now. He's staying sharp and continues to push for that lead as the first half winds down. He's putting an immense amount of pressure on that flank. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is playing exactly like the top tier threat we anticipated. He really stepped up and proved why he entered this match as the man to beat. Fresh starts now. He outplays him from the box, continuing this impressive stretch to go 8-5. The momentum shift is becoming very real for the underdog. Phantom is showing a lot of heart, shutting him down instantly to claw back another one. He answers back immediately, proving he can keep this rivalry close. He just completely shuts that down, continuing to chip away at the lead. He looks a bit more like that top-seeded threat now. He's not letting up, continuing the search to stay right on his opponent's heels. Vortex keeps the pressure on, quickly picking him off the box to hold a 2-round lead. Wow, he barely walks away from that exchange, but he manages to knock him off the box. He's refusing to let this game slide away. And we are all square. He shuts everything down with an incredibly fast reaction to tie this up. And he takes the lead. The resurgence is in full swing with another flawless encounter. The momentum has shifted completely in his direction. He's absolutely on fire, taking full control of this series to put himself just 1 round away. Game over. Phantom closes out the match in a huge upset. He really stepped up and proved that top seed is no accident. He had to fight through that massive run from his opponent, but he just outlasted him in the end. What a fight. Phantom enters this one on a tear with a 14-3 record today. And he seems to have a real psychological advantage after the dominant win over Catalyst in their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that momentum into a clean sweep here. He's just completely shut him down, extending that run to 3 straight wins. The best player on the ladder is certainly making a statement. He is simply refusing to let up, moving into a 4-round tier. The top seed is looking incredibly sharp today. A huge response here, finally getting a round back to keep the deficit manageable. He's fighting through a tough stretch of losses today. He's starting to find some real stability here, grabbing another effortless round to keep the pressure on. It's looking like the underdog might have an answer for him. What an absolute war of attrition, and he manages to survive that with just a sliver of health. Absolute heart stopper for the crowd, just barely clinging on there. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to lock this game up at 4-4. Total reset of the board for both players. He is just untouchable right now, securing his 5th straight victory to take the lead. The favorite is really feeling the pressure now. A swift reaction from Phantom to bring this series back to a deadlock. The top seed is playing with an incredible amount of composure. A wild exchange where he barely walks away with his life, claiming the kill from the box. He's really capitalizing on that one ranking today. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom. I mean, the underdog is really defying the odds right now. Catalyst is struggling to find any consistent footing despite his usual success on this map. Let's see who gets hot now. He's showing some real grit here, managing to pull another one back to stay in the hunt. He's definitely shaking off the rust and starting to look dangerous. Catalyst has a 68% win rate on this map historically, but that legendary map control just isn't translating today. It's becoming a real problem because he's now struggling against a player who's barely lost any ground in the last 24 hours. He really needs to find an answer quickly. Phantom reacts quickly to shut him down on the ramp, extending that lead to 2. Just a huge mental wall he's hit throughout this match. Phantom holds a 3-round cushion as we hit 17. A brutal turnaround for the trailing player as the favorite shuts down that sudden spark to reclaim control. The top seed is continuing to prove exactly why he holds that spot. A solid reflex play there to prevent the gap from widening further. He manages to pick him off the Tetris, keeping this rally alive. He's finally starting to claw his way back into this. Looking much more confident with every single trade. Phantom secures a perfect exchange, leaving his opponent with no room to breathe. The pressure is clearly shifting back to the challenger now. He really refuses to go down, shutting things down from the boost to keep this dream alive. He's showing a lot of resilience against the odds tonight. What a stand! He holds that ramp perfectly to force the series into a nail-biter. It's starting to feel like a total toss-up now. What a finish! Phantom closes the door on this series and secures the map victory. He really forced the favorite to earn every single inch of that victory. That was an incredible display of willpower from the underdog. What a fight. Catalyst starts strong by catching Vortex while he was holding the ramp. Catalyst is just too quick today. He's essentially playing on autopilot right now. He's definitely proving why he's usually the favorite here. Both of them fought for the same ground, but Vortex was just a hair faster on the draw. He's really trying to climb back into that top 5 ranking. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, just sweeping through the ramp to secure another round. Unbelievable, he closed back from the brink, surviving by a mere thread after a desperate firefight. He's definitely leaning on that long-term ownership of this rivalry. Vortex clears him off the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this fight alive. Vortex is playing with a lot more confidence after those tough losses to Jace. Catalyst has owned this rivalry with a career win rate of 65%. It's a massive psychological advantage to have in a duel like this. We're seeing that historical weight really manifest in his early lead today. Vortex finds his mark and knocks him off the ramp to trim that lead. He's certainly not making it easy for the high-ranked player today. Catalyst is really starting to pull away from the pack here, holding a comfortable lead midway through the first half. Vortex is staying in the fight, walking away from that engagement completely unscathed. He's definitely fighting for every single frame of this match. Another one for Vortex, closing the gap as we head into the final round of the half. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Catalyst was supposed to take this comfortably, but he's struggling to pull away. Vortex is proving to be a huge problem for him right now. Let's see who blinks first. What a way to start the half, pushing ahead to 7-6 by cleaning him out of that ramp position. It's a total shift from what we've seen in their previous encounters. Catalyst reads the play perfectly, picking him off the wine box to get back into the lead. He's really fighting a slump after that rough stretch against Phantom. Vortex just dismantles him from the ramp to reclaim the lead. He's definitely shaking off the rust from that loss to Jace. Catalyst is really refusing to let this game slip, keeping things completely level after that strong play from the ramp. A very tough set of matches for the 5th ranked player today. He puts him down from the window with a flawless burst to stay ahead. Total control from the underdog right now. The mental game is shifting in this series. We are deadlocked at 9 apiece, an absolute nail-biter. Both of them are really grinding through their respective sets today. Catalyst is really starting to build some serious momentum right now, securing another win over the window. He's looking untouchable right now, utilizing the ramp to maintain a 3-round heater. This is a strong shift in form after those 3 losses he just suffered. Another effortless kill for Catalyst, and he's now just a single round away from closing this out. That's a staggering amount of pressure to put on the opponent. What a closing statement! Catalyst shuts the door on this series with a perfect final round. Despite how close it stayed for a while, the veteran experience really shone through in those final moments. Vortex is jumping on him early, catching Phantom before he could even react from the wine. Phantom usually dominates this pairing, winning about 61% of their career encounters. He's coming into this as the #1 ranked player in the league, but the early rounds have been a completely different story. He really needs to find a way to slow things down. He's showing some real grit here, snapping back with a remarkably fast shot to narrow the gap. He's just not letting the lead slip, quickly clamping back into this battle. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that early deficit to tie things up. The favorite has officially found his footing in this series. Just as fast, the momentum swings right back into his favor. Perfect encounter for the top seed, and he's now got this series completely leveled. Another quick one as he continues to climb back into this contest. He's starting to look exactly like the A-tier player we expected. He's on fire now, shutting down any hope of a rally with another effortless kill. A clean response from Vortex to put some pressure on the favorite. He's proving that the rank 2 spot is no fluke. We're looking at 7-5 for Phantom. I mean, it's an incredibly close start, but the underdog is hanging tough. He has the map advantage here and seems ready to hold on to that lead. Time to see if the lead holds. Vortex secures a strong position up on the wine and manages to snap that streak right back. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom looks sharp as he picks Vortex right off the wine to extend that lead. That's a very disciplined way to handle the pressure. Phantom edges ahead, holding an 8-7 lead. Both of these guys have been incredibly active today. Phantom just deletes him right off the wine to pull further ahead. He's completely shutting down any momentum for his opponent, and he's now just 3 rounds away from closing this out. He's not backing down, showing plenty of heart with a lightning fast reflex play. Vortex is refusing to give up, securing another fast win from the wine. He's really fighting to prove he belongs at the top. What a turnaround. He just leveled the score with a completely untouched finish. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect. A sharp recovery for Phantom, taking full control of the encounter. He's really playing his way back into the driver's seat. He's staying incredibly composed, bringing this entire series back to a dead heat. This puts the top seed in a very precarious position. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Phantom barely clings on to secure the round and reaches match point. That was a scrap. Both of them were practically out of air. Simply unbelievable. He's fought his way back from a huge deficit to force an overtime clash. Expectations were high for the top seed, but we've got a deadlock. Vortex is just too stubborn, cleaning out the opposition on the wine to reclaim the lead. That's a huge shift in power to end the regulation set. Phantom just puts out an incredible display of will, knocking Vortex off the wine to keep this fight alive. He is simply refusing to break, continuing this incredible surge to put himself in total control. Another rapid shutdown. And he's just one more kill away from ending this match. Just a completely different level of speed from the world number 1. What a gutsy play. He stays out of reach and puts the pressure right back on the front runner. Vortex just barely snatched the control back from the top seed. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to take home the victory. He really had to dig deep to survive that one. He's definitely earned that top spot today. What a battle. Phantom has been playing out of his mind with a 16-3 record in the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see him on the back foot early, given how historically strong he is in this specific environment. Let's see if he can lean on that experience to pivot. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is feeling a lot of pressure right now. The pace of the match is ramping up and Catalyst is really starting to build a cushion here. The top-rated guy in the league is definitely struggling to start. A cautious dance that ended in a completely clean finish, putting the pressure squarely back on Phantom. Quite a shift from their last encounter on the Blame map. He shows some real grit here, erasing a huge portion of that early gap. He really needed that win to justify the hype before this one. He manages to outlast Catalyst from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. He's looking much more comfortable now. He completely erases the lead, catching Catalyst off the ramp to level the series. That was a lightning fast finish to close out the gap. Absolute control now as he secures his 4th straight win to take the lead. He is finally showing the form expected from the tournament favorite. An absolute wall of momentum now as the streak hits 5 rounds. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to show. 6 in a row for the favorite, who's completely taken over the match. The level of play just feels completely different for him now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we'd expect given his 70% win rate on Mappas. Catalyst has his work cut out for him in the second half. Time to see who settles in. A gritty exchange that goes both ways, but he manages to outlast his opponent to close the distance. That's back-to-back rounds for him, creating a very different energy. Unreal, both players are completely shredded, but he claws through the damage to secure yet another round. The pressure is mounting on Catalyst after that scare. Another intense scramble that ends with him coming out on top, really showing some fortitude here. A huge swing in momentum after the break. He's simply refusing to let up, extending his run to 3 straight wins. The gap between them is becoming impossible to ignore. He knocks him off the ramp to secure his 4th straight round. Simply a different level of confidence from the favorite right now. Just a flash of movement and he secures the kill, moving 1 step closer to the victory. What a finale! He walks away with the victory after an incredible run of form. The raw speed was just too much today. That 1 second snap really defines the gap between these two. Vortex comes out swinging and takes the early lead, picking Catalyst off the ramp right out of the gate. Catalyst keeps things even, shutting down Vortex while he was trying to hold the ramp. Everything looks a lot more balanced now. Catalyst really has the upper hand in this rivalry, holding a 62% win rate across their history. We saw that play out in their very last encounter as well. Vortex is going to need a significant shift in momentum to close this gap. Vortex is currently edging ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. He's dealing with a bit of a slump after those 3 straight losses. It's a dead heat. Neither one of these guys is willing to let the other pull away. Showing a lot of confidence after taking an earlier 13-9 result. Catalyst just completely took over the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex now. Unreal, Vortex barely survives a brutal fight on the ramp to bring us back to a deadlock. The number 2 seed is finally finding some footing. Catalyst is really starting to tighten his grip on the game, and he's punishing anyone who tries to hold that ramp. This is exactly what you'd expect from the stronger favorite today. What a fight, he just barely escapes that exchange to pull the score level. The second ranked player is truly stepping up to the plate. Vortex holds a thin 1-round advantage here. He's certainly not letting that previous loss to Phantom get in his head. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst really should be in control of this match. Given his history on red line, Vortex is fighting back hard and looks poised to pull off a huge upset. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst is just too quick today, snatching that victory from the ramp and taking a narrow lead. He's certainly showing that those early losses today didn't break his focus. Vortex had the better read there, catching Catalyst before he could get settled on the ramp. Vortex is definitely playing like a top 2 player right now. Vortex just completely dismantled him on that ramp, putting a serious dent in Catalyst's hopes of a comeback. The gap between rank 2 and 5 is starting to manifest. Catalyst puts an end to that short run, picking him right off the ramp to stay even. He's certainly looking a bit more refreshed after that rough 13-23 day. Catalyst takes a precarious 1-round lead over Vortex, looking for another strong result against a top 2 opponent today. Vortex just completely dominated that exchange from the ramp, putting him back in the driver's seat. Catalyst pushes ahead, leading the count 10-9. He's playing a very tough set of games today. Vortex is really feeling the heat now as Catalyst pushes his lead to a 2-round cushion. He's really leaning into a strong historical pattern today. Catalyst is absolutely on fire, picking him off the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from the victory. That was a clean exchange from the Tetris spot. What a conclusion. Catalyst shuts the door and secures the victory with that final shot. He really just dominated the end game to shut that one down. Just another solid result for a player who loves this map. What a fight. Vortex barely clings to the lead after an absolute scramble for the first round. Phantom really holds a historical advantage here, winning over 60% of their career meetings. He's certainly carrying that dominance into the early stages of today's match. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find some answers before he falls behind. Vortex really capitalized on that height advantage to put this back on even ground. The top-rated player in the league is feeling the heat right now. Vortex keeps his narrow edge, leading 3-2. It is a surprising turn of events given how the favorite has been playing today. He's completely in control now, moving into a heavy rhythm with another clean win. This isn't looking like the usual result for him. He's absolutely on fire, securing his 4th consecutive round without taking a single hit. Complete reversal from the favorite side tonight. Phantom answers back with a quick snap, showing some real grit to hold that slide. It's a tough look for the favorite to be trailing by 2. Vortex is really starting to build a safety net here. And it all started with that smart use of the ramp. It's quite the shift given how his rival has been cruising through this session. Vortex has managed to secure a positive 19-16 run over the last day. Well, it's a stark contrast to his poor form leading into this match. He's really defying his recent struggles and pushing for a big upset. Vortex is just cruising now with a 7-4 cushion. He's showing why he's currently sitting at the top of our rating. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he is essentially running the show. This is exactly what we looked for coming into the match. Despite Phantom's higher overall ranking. Time to swap sides. Phantom claws back 1, but Vortex still leads 8-5. He's really putting that superior head-to-head record to use. Unbelievable. Phantom survives a brutal exchange to take a 2nd straight round, barely escaping with his life. That was way too close for comfort on the winning end. He's really surging now, climbing back into this game with a 3rd consecutive victory. The pressure is shifting back to the leader now. What a turn of events. He's wiped away that entire lead, bringing us dead even at 8-8. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. He's simply relentless, taking a 5th straight to officially seize the lead. The ladder rankings were definitely calling for a shift like this. Vortex finally puts a stop to that run, bringing us back to a deadlock. A really tight battle for the #1 spot on the ladder. Phantom secures another clean get from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. The favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat. Cautious battle of nerves that ended with a total shutdown, putting the favorite just 2 steps from victory. A complete shutout as he edges closer to the finish line. Vortex wins the battle for the ramp and manages to get this ride back to a 1-round game. Quite a shake-up from how the pre-match expectations looked. The pace has picked up drastically and it's really favoring Vortex right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's another flawless round as he moves to a massive advantage. He's absolutely dominating the line of sight right now. What a turnaround! That flawless fight forces a tie and drags us straight into overtime. He is truly showing a will to survive, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. This is exactly how we expected the top tier talent to show up. Neither player wants to badge this, an absolute grind of a series. Slowing down a player who has been virtually untouchable in his last few games. Vortex is putting on a clinic in the clutch, refusing to let the pressure get to him as he nears the finish. Vortex just dismantled him right off that boost, extending his lead to 15-13. This is a huge shift from the early predictions. He refuses to go quietly, hammering home another victory to keep this series alive. Absolutely cold-blooded. He brings us level at 15 and is now just one step away from victory. Phantom takes the lead, putting the pressure on Vortex. We are back at a dead heat at 16-0. Phantom just snatched the lead, putting the pressure on. A sudden shift that puts the favorite back in a position of strength. Total chaos in this series as it stays deadlocked. Phantom's really pulling away now, holding an 18-16 grip. The gap between them on the ladder is showing. Phantom's firmly in control now, sitting at 19-16. He just refused to let this one slip away in overtime. Vortex put up an incredible fight, but the top seed is just too steady. He really earned that one. Phantom is currently the best player in our rating system. It's an interesting contrast because he's already walked away with 2 victories in their most recent matchups. We'll see if he can translate that dominance into a lead here. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Catalyst comes out on top to extend his lead. The top seed is certainly feeling the pressure early on. A perfect response there, proving he's not going to just fold under the pressure. The favorite is starting to show his teeth now. Catalyst is just run away right now at 4-1. Massive contrast to the results they've had recently. What a scramble. He barely makes it through that exchange, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. A complete reversal from their last meeting on Mapas. Phantom has been on fire lately, winning 90% of his most recent 10 matchups. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled to put together a decent run today. He'll be looking to keep this pressure high and turn the tide completely. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting pretty at 7-2. The number 1 seed is really struggling to find an answer here. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over the server right now. The world number 1 is looking out of his element here. Another quick shutdown, and he's just continuing to steamroll his way into the break. Just an absolute clinic from the 5th ranked player today. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. This is exactly the kind of start we expected from the favorite today. He's really putting the top seed on his heels. Time for Phantom to wake up. Unbelievable. He manages to claw back around in a total slugfest, surviving by a single point of health. Phantom finds some footing, but Catalyst still holds a 9-5 cushion. A strong showing from the world number 1 right now. He's really picking up speed now, taking this one down to secure a 3-game run. He's just outclassing him right now, extending a 4-round surge. He's just not stopping, hauling himself back into a tight spot with another 5-round streak. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. What an incredible run! He's tied the game up, completely erasing that early deficit. Absolute madness. We've got a complete deadlock here. A steady hand from Catalyst, reclaiming the lead by a single round. Exactly what he needed to keep this close. What a display of grit. Finding a way to bring this set completely level. Total reset heading into the final. Hard stopping. He barely manages to survive that absolute war of attrition. This result really defies the overall head-to-head trend. He closes that gap immediately, putting himself in a prime position to end this right now. Hard to believe the odds were so stacked against him. What a finale. He claws through that brawl to survive and secures the victory. He just couldn't put the finishing touch on it, and he'll be gutted after that incredible rally. What a fight. Catalyst clearly has the psychological edge here, having won 62% of their lifetime encounters. It's a gap that's widening after their most recent meeting ended in another victory for him. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to break that trend today. Good grief, that was a slugfest. Vortex barely scraps through that exchange with almost nothing left. It's a surprising shift given he's just come off a 5-game skid. Total control from Vortex, who just completely shut him down to extend that run. He's completely flipped the script after that narrow loss to the same opponent. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he digs deep to survive the trade and keep the streak rolling. He's really fighting off that recent slump with ease right now. Catalyst answers back and refuses to let the deficit grow. His recent form shows he knows exactly how to handle this pressure. Unbelievable, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to stay in the fight. Just barely held on to the lead after that close one. Vortex is currently fighting an uphill battle with that 30% win rate over his last 10 games. But he's proving that his high ranking isn't just a number by continuing to push the pace here. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close the gap on his all-time record against this opponent. He's just on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight win. He's really putting that top 3 ranking into effect. He's simply too fast right now, walking away from this exchange without taking any damage. A stark contrast from his recent struggles against Phantom. Vortex holds a surprising 8-4 lead. I mean, everything about this start goes against the grain. He's completely shaken, the favorite's confidence after a huge opening run. Time for Catalyst to reset. Vortex is just dominating this series, sitting pretty at 9-4. The narrow rating gap between these two really shows today. Vortex is just relentless, climbing ahead to a 10-4 lead. A massive turnaround after getting shut out in their last head-to-head. Catalyst secures the high ground and cleans up the exchange to keep his hopes alive. Catalyst is quickly cleaning up here, picking him right off the Tetris for another fast round. Vortex just wasn't letting him stay hidden up there, snatching that round right back. He's looking much sharper than he did in that 9-13 defeat earlier. What a response. Vortex picks him right off the box to bring himself to the edge of victory. He's really showing why he's ranked high in this duel. Catalyst just put up a huge wall, denying him from that box to stall the finish. The favorite is finally starting to find some footing. That was a total shutdown, and he's now taking some momentum back into this high-stakes moment. He is simply refusing to let this match end, keeping the pressure high as he chases his 4th straight point. He's playing for pride now after that rough start. He's simply unstoppable right now, clawing his way back into the series with a 4th straight victory. He's playing with an incredible amount of composure right now. He's just completely ignited, taking a 5th straight round to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is mounting for the trailing player. Unreal, he survives that brutal trade-off to force a complete deadlock at 12-all. He's absolutely staring down the win now. Smash the momentum right back, knocking Catalyst off the box to take the lead. He's finally outplaying the man who usually has his number. Vortex is putting an incredible amount of pressure on Catalyst right now, taking a firm grip of the closing stages. Vortex has a solid foothold on the map overall. A gritty battle on his hands, but he edges it out to narrow the gap to 13-14. Pure tenacity from the trailing player to force this late game. He closes that gap instantly, stepping up to leave his opponent completely outclassed. He's really making a statement today against the higher seed. He manages to scrub that mistake off the board with a clean win to keep the series alive. It's a tight struggle, unlike the blowout we saw between Luna and Kale. A flawless sequence from Catalyst, who completely dismantles his opponent to bring the score level. Absolutely no room for error moving forward. Vortex edges ahead, putting him up 16-15. Vortex keeps the lead with a strong 17-15. A really surprising turn after that 13-9 loss earlier today. Catalyst barely keeps pace, trailing 17-16. Neither player is giving an inch in this overtime marathon. Vortex maintains a slim 2-point cushion at 18-16. An incredible showing compared to his usual struggles in these matchups. Vortex is really stretching this lead out to 19-16. He's finally broken that curse and clawed out the victory in an absolute marathon of a set. He really had to suffer for this one. What a fight. Phantom enters this meeting with a massive historical lead, owning over 60% of their past encounters. It's no surprise the top-rated player is staring down someone he's beaten so often. Now we see if he can sustain that pressure through the first few rounds. He's just too sharp right now. Walking away with another clean point. He's definitely playing his part as the #1 seed today. Vortex shows some real grit, picking the opponent off the ramp to cut the gap. He's definitely making his presence felt today. Phantom is simply dominating this set, leading 4-1. He is refusing to go down quietly, clawing back another one to stay in the fight. He's on a roll now, shutting down the opposition completely to close the gap. The underdog is showing a whole different level of confidence here. turn of events. He's completely wiped out that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The gap in their rankings is completely irrelevant at this point. Phantom answers back quickly to reclaim a slim lead. That looks more like the typical result for the #1 seed. Phantom is starting to put some distance between himself and the competition again. He's really taking control of the tempo now. Both players were trading heavy damage there, but he manages to scrape through as the first half draws to a close. A huge shot there to keep things tight entering the interval. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom heading into the break. I mean, the betting markets really leaned toward Vortex today, but the underdog is proving he belongs in the lead. He's making full use of his high map win rate here. Vortex needs to find a spark here. He stays composed for a tense standoff to secure another point for himself. Trading rounds like this keeps the pressure high for both. Phantom is putting up an incredible 18-4 record over the last day. That kind of momentum is hard to ignore, especially since he's comfortably holding a narrow lead right now. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can shift the momentum back in his favor. Phantom is back in his flow, using the ramp to shut everything down and secure another point. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp to put another point on the board. He's showing why the betting markets usually back him in these fights. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on the trailing player. The top-ranked star is really starting to pull away. Vortex is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the game well within reach. A high-caliber duel as expected from the top two on the ladder. Phantom just needs one more to wrap this up after a totally effortless round. A quick response to keep the momentum shifting his way. Vortex manages to push him off the ramp and keep his hopes alive. Vortex secures his second straight point by taking the fight to the toolbox, refusing to let the match end here. The pressure is shifting rapidly back toward the favorite. And there it is, a perfect finish to close out the series for Phantom. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he's managed to protect his spot at the top. What a fight. Catalyst holds a massive 76% win rate on this particular map. It's a stark contrast to the usual numbers we see when these two clash. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually ride that statistical advantage all the way to a win today. Unbelievable. He scrapes through the fight to knock Phantom off the ramp with just a sliver of health left. That's a tough way to start for the league's top player. Catalyst is putting on some real pressure now, just picking Phantom right off the Tetris. Despite the current struggle, he's easily the top-rated guy in the league. Phantom just shuts that down quickly from the ramp to tie things up. The world #1 is starting to look like the favorite. Catalyst is really pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. The momentum is shifting regardless of who the favorites were. Phantom enters today with a sharp 19-4 record over the last 24 hours. It's quite a contrast to how things are playing out in this particular map. It'll be tough for the top seed to claw back into this one if he can't find an answer for that aggression. Catalyst is dominating, sitting comfortably at 6-3. It's surprising given their historical totals, with Phantom usually holding the edge. He is showing some real grit, taking the fight with a clean finish to pull within 2. Just showing a glimpse of why he entered as the favorite. Catalyst is cruising right now, leading 7-4. A tough spot for the world #1 to be in. Catalyst takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly the kind of performance we expected from him on red line. Phantom is going to need a massive response to close this gap. Time for Phantom to fight back. Phantom is keeping his composure, holding that ramp effectively to keep things competitive. He's certainly bringing that legendary consistency to the server. He just clears that ramp with a quick burst, refusing to let the lead slip further. He's finally starting to carve out some space for himself. He completely dismantles the opposition from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The control shift here is genuinely alarming for the lead player. What a turnaround. He's completely flipped the script to bring this series level. An absolute reset of the server as we head into a dead heat. He's just not letting up, taking a 5th straight to climb into the lead. The shift in power is becoming unmistakable as the lead changes. His 5th place rank is proving to be more than enough right now. Catalyst is really starting to assert himself, taking control of the match from that ramp position. He's definitely not feeling that early deficit anymore. He manages to edge out another duel from the ramp, moving his tally to 11. That's exactly how the last match between them ended as well. He just keeps rolling with another win to move to 12, leaving his opponent stranded on the ramp. He's completely shut down any hopes of a second half rally. What a finish. He shuts the door on this series with an incredible display of speed. Huge result for the #5 seed here, taking down the top dog once again today. Catalyst has won over 60% of their career meetings, which makes this a very tough mountain for Vortex to climb. It'll be interesting to see if that mental edge holds as this series progresses. He's simply refusing to let up, sweeping the opening 3 rounds of this set. We're seeing a clash of the titans with 2 of our top 4 battling it out. Catalyst digs in deep to claim a hard-fought round and get back on the board. Vortex is just dominating this series, cruising at 4-1. A lightning fast reaction there, and he keeps the pressure on his opponent. A messy scrap where the challenger barely survived, but it's another huge point for him. He's clearly shaking off those early mistakes. Vortex has had a tough run in the last 24 hours, going 17-18 today. He's clearly trying to find his footing against one of the league's most consistent winners. It'll be a huge test to see if he can maintain this pace. A clean victory here for Catalyst, who is showing great resolve to close the gap. A real battle of wills as we approach the midpoint. He secures the tie from the wine, erasing that early deficit entirely. He's proving exactly why he's the higher rated player on the ladder. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to outlast his opponent to secure a 3rd straight win. He's really capitalizing on his momentum now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's exactly the kind of start we expected from him. Both players are trading strong runs, but the favorite is staying just ahead. Vortex needs a fast start here. Vortex claws back to keep things tight at 6-7. It's fascinating to see 2 of the top 5 players in the league this close. Vortex is absolutely on fire right now, capitalizing on that elevation by the wine to keep his run going. Just a blur of a round, and that's a 3rd straight point for the underdog. He's just completely in control, taking another round from the wine to extend his run to 4 straight. Total shutdown of that rally, showing exactly why he's so hard to put away. It's a tight window of opportunity for the underdog here. He's simply refusing to buckle, evening things up with a very composed finish. The 2 of them are locked in a dead heat right now. He secures a rapid victory from the wine, continuing this impressive surge. What a statement. He just wiped the floor with his opponent to make it 4 straight. What a turnaround. He just completely halts that opposing rally and puts himself on match point. The veteran is putting on a clinic to wrap this up. A crisp shot to keep the dream alive, though he still needs 3 more to flip the script. Incredible, he closes it out in a thrilling comeback to secure the victory. He really pushed the pace on the cobblestones today. Vortex fought every inch of the way for that one. Truly an epic battle. Phantom comes in with a massive advantage here, boasting a 70% win rate on this specific map. It's quite a stark contrast to Vortex. And honestly, that disparity in confidence shows in how quickly this first round ended. Phantom is rolling now, holding a slim 2-1 lead. Phantom is truly playing like the best player on the ladder. Vortex is really keeping the pressure on, refusing to let Phantom establish any kind of lead early on. Unbelievable. Vortex digs deep on the ramp and claws his way to a victory with practically nothing left. He's completely flipping the script on that head-to-head record. Pure deadlock now, both Vortex and Phantom sitting at 3. Phantom really looks like the world #1 right now. Phantom just edges ahead, claiming a tight 4-3 lead. He's proving to be a tough matchup today, already coming off a big win in their last encounter. Phantom completely takes over from the ramp, securing his 3rd straight win. Coming off a dominant 19-5 run over the last day. Vortex puts an end to that run with a sharp finish. He's really fighting to prove he's the better player today. Vortex is just completely in control right now, catching Phantom on that ramp for another quick round. The #1 seed is feeling the heat now. He's just completely outclassing everyone right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the close battle we anticipated. Vortex is holding his own despite the odds, which makes this a really intriguing spot heading into the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex claims the lead, putting him up 7-6. That's a huge swing for the guy listed as the underdog here. And we are right back to a draw at 7-all. It feels like a toss-up now, despite the massive gap in their historical match history. Phantom is starting to build some real momentum here as he pulls away again. The world's top-rated player is just too clean tonight. It is a dead heat at 8 apiece. Pure tenacity from the 3rd highest rated player in the league. Phantom just barely reclaimed the lead, 98. The favorite is starting to exert a bit more control here. It's a real game of inches right now, with both players trading blows every single round. It's an incredibly close set between these two. Phantom pulls slightly ahead at 10-9 in this thriller. He's certainly looking consistent with that 18,700 match experience. Vortex clawed back to make it a 10-10 tie. Both players are completely locked in right now. Just an incredibly clean execution to tie things up. Phantom reads the play perfectly, shutting down Vortex while he was still pushing up the ramp. The higher rated side is just starting to find his footing here. The pace has picked up significantly with these two trading rounds in a total blur. A lightning fast exchange to bring this back to a draw. Completely effortless finish that puts him on the verge of victory. Just an absolute blur of a round. Vortex secures the win from the container, forcing this whole series into overtime. An absolute nail-biter for the top 2 seeds in the league. Phantom is really showing his teeth now, quickly regaining that narrow lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. What a fight! Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself up 14-12. Vortex is really feeling the heat after that narrow loss. We've got a deadlock once again, and the tension is just skyrocketing as the match continues. The momentum has completely shifted into a tiebreak situation, and Vortex is the one surging right now. Quite a turnaround from their most recent encounter. Vortex survives that heavy exchange, powering ahead to a 15-14 lead. This is a completely different result than when they last squared off. Absolutely incredible. Vortex finishes this battle and closes out the entire series. To walk away with this victory in overtime after everything he's faced today is just special. He really proved the rankings wrong. What a fight. Phantom is looking extremely comfortable with a 64% win rate on this specific map. It makes total sense that the league's top-rated player is taking control early here. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to slow this momentum down. Phantom just edges ahead, putting Catalyst on the back foot. He's already shaken off that tough loss from their last head-to-head. The tables have completely turned after a strong start. Phantom is suddenly fighting on the defensive. He's completely taken over, marking 3 straight wins to pull ahead. The top-rated player in the league is suddenly under a lot of pressure. Unbelievable. He's simply refusing to let up, taking a 4th consecutive round here. He answers back quickly to trim the lead. A solid bounce back for the world number 1. And just like that, Catalyst brings us level. A tough break for the number 4 seed to lose his grip. What a scramble. He barely clings to the lead after that absolute war of a round. The world's top-rated player is simply in a different gear right now. He's completely on fire now, extending that streak to 4 straight. He puts a stop to that run and keeps things close heading into the break. Cuts the tension just in time for the break. We're all squared up at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see. From the top seeds, it's been a dead heat so far, and I'm expecting a close fight until the very end. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom reads him like a book, easily picking Catalyst off that elevated spot to take the lead. He's really trying to put a stamp on his 19-6 run today. We're locked in a dead tie at 7 apiece. The 4th seed is really playing the spoiler today. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, using that high ground to keep himself in the driver's seat. Just another result that plays into their most recent head-to-head match. An absolute deadlock at 8 all for these two. He's really proving why he's sitting at the top of our ladder. Phantom grabs a tiny lead, putting him up 9-8. He's quickly regaining the upper hand here. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Both of these guys are reacting almost instantly. Phantom holds the edge by a single round now. The top seed is starting to pull away here. And we are back to a flat 10-10 stalemate. The momentum is shifting regardless of what the favorites were. Both players fighting for the high ground, but Phantom is the one who walks away with the round. The historical advantage is starting to show for the top seed. That was a total shutdown, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. The heavy favorites firmly in control here. Game over. He secures a huge finish and closes the series with an incredible display of skill. He really dug deep to hold on there, especially after those a couple of times he almost let the round slip. He had to work for that. What a scramble. Catalyst barely walks away from that firefight with a sliver of health. Catalyst owns this rivalry with a huge 62% head-to-head win rate, and his overall map experience is just as imposing. This is a really tough spot for Vortex if he can find some early momentum. Catalyst is just dominating this series, leading 3-1. He's really putting on a clinic after that 13-10 victory recently. Vortex is answering back immediately, refusing to let Catalyst build a huge lead this early on. We're all square now with both players tied at 3. A real battle of the titans with both players currently in the top 5. Vortex clears him off the ramp, taking a commanding 3-round surge. A massive shift from the typical results we see between these two. He's completely taken over the server, putting together 4 straight wins. The current top 3 seed is putting on a show. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange from the boost, climbing to 5 straight. Vortex is proving why he holds that top 3 spot today. Absolute control here as he just wipes out his opponent from the ramp. A huge shift from the usual dynamics in this series. He's just outclassing everyone right now, extending that streak to 7 before we head into the break. Vortex goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is completely opposite to how this matchup usually goes. He's really shook the favorite's confidence with that 8-round run. Time for a complete reset. Vortex is just too quick today, securing another one while holding the ramp. A wild reversal from how their previous meeting played out. Vortex is truly defying the odds with an all-time win rate of only 51%. Well, seeing him maintain such a tight grip on the game is quite a shock given how he usually struggles. He'll need to keep this energy high to seal the series. Vortex is just a couple of steps away now, putting Catalyst in a truly desperate position. The number 4 seed is really struggling to keep up today. The rounds have become incredibly fast lately, and Catalyst is finally starting to trade blows with him. Wow, they both poured it on in that one, but he scrapes through to put himself on match point. He really refused to let the lead slip away there. Catalyst manages to shut that down with a flawless shot, delaying the inevitable. A much needed spark for the lower seed. Digs deep to secure another round in this brutal exchange, keeping himself in the fight. A huge uphill battle for the player sitting at 7. What a sequence. He's truly locked in now, racking up 3 straight kills to force this match to a climax. Another huge round for Catalyst, continuing his charge from the boost with a 4th straight win. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. He is absolutely on fire right now, picking up a 5th straight round to stay alive. A complete reversal from that earlier lead he held. He's just not going away. Another one for Catalyst as he continues this incredible surge. Absolutely brutal to watch his momentum just evaporate like that. Unbelievable. He secures a 7th consecutive round from the boost, forcing a total deadlock at 12 all. Pure chaos now as the momentum has completely flipped on its head. Just an unbelievable surge as he secures 8 straight to close out the series. Absolute precision on that finishing shot to seal it. And the streak ends. He halts the momentum completely to bring the series back to a dead heat. What a sight. He shuts that door tight to take a 1-round lead in this overtime clash. The pressure is immense for him now. Neither player can hold on to a lead for more than a single round right now. A total contrast to how his earlier games went against Phantom. That was a nerve-wracking duel, but he comes out on top to bring the series to a tipping point. It is a complete stalemate heading into this final stretch. Unbelievable. He digs deep through a grueling exchange to finally close out the match. What an absolute roller coaster. To see him finally break through that head-to-head slump in an overtime thriller is just incredible. He really earned this one. What a fight. Phantom has a clear edge over the long term with a 61% success rate against Vortex. He's really carrying that historical confidence into this set today. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually find a way to flip that trend. Phantom is staring down a huge lead at 2-1. The top-rated player in the league is starting to assert himself. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, leaving Vortex with almost no room to breathe. He's definitely benefiting from a hot 26 stretch over the last day. Phantom is just one step ahead, clutching a 3-2 lead. Vortex is showing a lot of resilience today. Phantom's just cruising along with a 4-2 advantage. Vortex is usually the one they expect to win this pairing. Phantom is currently showing that top seed class with a 70% win rate in his last 10. So yeah, he's effectively converted his high ranking into a total lockdown of this set. Vortex has to make a major adjustment if he wants to claw back into this. Vortex finally answers back to trim the deficit to 3-6. He's proving why the betting lace had the other way this time. Phantom's just run away now, sitting pretty at 7-3. The world number one is making a very strong case for his spot. Phantom's firmly in control now, leading 7-4. Vortex is keeping his head in the game. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of what everyone expected coming into the match. Vortex is really struggling to find a counter to that 3-round burst from the top seed. Time to see some fresh angles. Phantom's just ruthless, pushing the lead to 9-4. The top seed is making this look an effortless task. Phantom is practically untouchable with a massive 10-4 lead. He's completely ignoring the odds from the pre-match forecasts. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another effortless round to push the lead to 11-4. Vortex recovers with a crisp shot to stop the slide. He's definitely trying to channel that energy from their most recent head-to-head. Vortex is starting to put a real dent in that lead, refusing to let the match slip away. A tough fight that ultimately goes in favor of Phantom, leaving him just a single round shy of victory. He's certainly playing like a man who belongs in that top spot. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange to stave off the defeat. He really refuses to let this series end quietly. And there it is, Phantom seals the deal to close out the series. He looked just a step faster on the draws today, and that really showed throughout the set. Phantom starts strong here, picking up the first one from the window. Phantom enters this meeting as the #1 player on our ladder, and he is certainly looking to put a stamp on his superiority here. We saw him take the series in their last meeting, so it will be interesting to see if he can translate that into a dominant lead today. A dead heat now, both players sitting at 2. The world #1 is looking very comfortable right now. Phantom is really starting to shift the energy of this series, moving a step ahead after that clear-cut win. Catalyst is really fighting for every single inch here, making it a dead heat right now. Just a few rounds ago, he looked far more in control. Phantom edges ahead with a narrow 1-round lead. He's coming in with quite a bit of momentum today. Phantom is currently sitting on an impressive 21-6 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this duel. It will be tough for Catalyst to claw back into this if he can't find a way to break that streak. He's showing real grit, digging deeper to close the gap to 2. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight here. Fierce exchange between the two on the ramp, but he manages to pull ahead once more. He's keeping the pressure on, making the most of these exchanges. Phantom takes the lead, 7-5. Honestly, he's playing exactly like the top-seeded player he is. Catalyst is keeping it close, but the underdog is comfortably steering this game toward an upset. Let's see if Catalyst can pivot. Phantom now holds a commanding 3-round cushion. The top seed is really finding his range tonight. He shuts that down with a clean shot off the ramp, refusing to let his opponent run away with this. That's exactly the response he needed right now. He's refusing to back down, putting himself just 1 round behind the leader. The confidence is shifting heavily toward the lower ranked side. What a scramble. He barely manages to outlast his opponent in a chaotic trade of shots. He just managed to scrape by with barely anything left. He's really finding his footing, refusing to let the leader pull away. The underdog is making this a real battle of nerves. Absolutely incredible. He erases that deficit completely, bringing us back to a dead even split. A huge shift from where we started this meeting. Phantom just barely keeps his nose in front at 10-9. It's been an incredibly tight race. What a stunning turn of events as he just picks Phantom off the ramp to tie things up. Pure chaos as the momentum swings back to a complete stalemate. Phantom is reclaiming his territory, showing exactly why he holds the edge over the long haul. Phantom shuts the door on that comeback attempt with a crisp shot from the window. It's getting harder for the underdog to find any breathing room. What a finish. He closes it out with an incredible sequence to claim the victory. He really held his nerve in that final stretch. Catalyst put up a legendary fight, but just couldn't bridge the gap. What a fight. Catalyst has absolutely owned the long-term rivalry with 673 total wins over his opponent, but Vortex is actually the one who came out on top in their most recent clash. It will be interesting to see if that recent confidence can overturn the historical trend. Catalyst holds the edge with a tight 2-1 lead. He's showing why he's currently sitting at number 3 on the ladder. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early. He's taking these rounds way too fast for Vortex to adjust. Catalyst is now firmly in control at 3-2. He looks surprisingly comfortable despite his rough run of results today. Vortex is really starting to shift the momentum here, having just dragged Catalyst right off those boxes. It's been a rough afternoon for the number 5 seed so far. Catalyst pushes his lead for free right now. He's bounced back quickly after those 3 straight losses in his latest matches. We are all squared up at 4 apiece now. Absolutely lightning fast on that reaction. Catalyst is really refusing to let the lead slip away, maintaining that 1-round cushion. Vortex is currently sitting as the 3 seed in our rating system. It's interesting because despite the higher rank, he's clearly struggling to match the pace Catalyst has set today. He'll need to find a way to break the cycle before the lead becomes insurmountable. Catalyst takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. While the favorite is comfortably in the driver's seat here, he's playing a very disciplined game, which is exactly what we expected to see. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex pulls off a really clean play to even this series up, managing to pick Catalyst right off the ramp. The lower ranked player is fighting hard to stay in this one. Catalyst stretches his lead to 8-6 right now. A solid response given he's played 22 games already today. Catalyst is pulling further away, leading it 9-6. He really knows how to close out this series. He is just relentless, securing another win and pushing the lead to 10. The favorite is really regaining his footing in this series. He secured the win from the ramp, continuing this impressive run of form. He's certainly playing to that favorite status right now. Vortex manages to catch him off the ramp for another round. It's interesting to see the top seed fighting back after a rough morning. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange to take another round, clinging on by a single hit point. He's playing with a huge amount of desperation right now. He's on fire now, securing another victory as he continues this charge back into the game. It's a massive shift in confidence for the second seed. A fierce exchange ends with Catalyst coming out on top, placing him just 1 victory away from the win. That was a quick recovery after the pressure he just faced. He just refuses to go quietly, securing another crucial point to stay alive. Vortex is fighting back just like he did in their most recent meeting. And there it is, he closes it out and takes the entire match. Vortex really threw everything he had at him in those final rounds, but he just couldn't quite close the gap. He had to work for that. Phantom clearly dominates the head-to-head, winning over 60% of their matchups. But this is a high-stakes clash between the top 2 rated players in the league. It will be interesting to see if the rankings actually play a role today. Vortex is pulling ahead with a strong 2-1 lead. His recent form had him looking dangerous coming into this. Phantom is really putting on the pressure early, denying Vortex any room to breathe. Phantom has reclaimed the edge, leading 3-2. And just like that, Vortex levels it at 3-all. It's a complete reset for the best player on the ladder. Phantom is really making himself heard from that wine spot, putting the pressure back on. He's really capitalizing on that high rating to keep control. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece now. The top seed can't quite shake this specific adversary. Phantom just sneaks back in front, 5-4. He's certainly playing like the top seed today. Neither of these two is giving an inch, and they're just trading blows back and forth. Vortex is really defying the expectations right now. Phantom holds a slim lead, currently sitting at 6-5. His 22-6 round this past day is looking lethal. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break. And honestly, this is exactly how we expected the first half to play out. Both players are matching each other shot for shot right now. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom edges ahead again, clutching a 7-6 advantage. He's really capitalizing on his status as the #1 seed. Vortex fights back to bring us level at 7. His recent losses to Catalyst and Phantom didn't seem to slow him down. Phantom is just too quick on the trigger. That last duel was basically a flash of light. Absolute deadlock as Vortex forces an 8-8 tie. The #3 player isn't intimidated by the top spot. Phantom grabs the lead again, moving ahead 9-8. Still looking strong after that dominant win against Catalyst earlier. Vortex was just too quick to react, catching Phantom completely out of position on the wine. Phantom keeps his narrow lead, moving up to 10. That's a strong return to form after those recent matchups. Vortex strikes back, bringing us dead even at 10. Still a tough hill to climb considering the overall H2H deficit. These two are trading around so quickly, it's nearly impossible to keep up with the momentum shift. What a sudden turn, with the favorite now just one step from victory. His confidence is speaking right now. Absolute brilliance to close it out. He finishes the map with a rapid fire strike to take the victory. Vortex fought like a lion through the middle, but that raw speed in the closing moments was just too much. He had to work for that. Catalyst has a strong 76% win rate on this map, which gives him a massive amount of confidence coming into this series. It makes sense why he's already on the board, despite being the underdog according to the odds. We'll see if Phantom can neutralize that advantage. Catalyst is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting his #1 rank on the line right now. Phantom really needs to dig in here. He's starting to look a bit rattled by the early pressure. That's a surprising start for the top-seeded player. Another huge one here. Catalyst clears him right off the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is this far behind. He's showing some real grit here, fighting back to keep this series competitive. A crucial moment for the favorite to stop that slide. Phantom secures another one from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent slide away with a commanding lead. It's a big relief to see the favorite start fighting back. Phantom has an impressive 23-6 record today, which tells us he's coming in with a ton of confidence. Well, it's clearly a bit different here, and the pressure of being the overall seed seems to be weighing on him early on. What a scrap! Catalyst barely escapes that encounter with a sliver of health left. He's really playing with fire, living on the absolute edge here. Catalyst is just untouchable right now, punishing him from the ramp to move to a commanding 7-3 lead. He's really putting the #1 seed to the test. Phantom manages to secure another round from the Tetris, keeping things interesting as we approach the break. Catalyst is holding a solid 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, it's exactly what we wanted to see given his map history. He looks very comfortable out there right now. Time to switch sides. Two players fighting for the high ground, and it was Phantom who walked away with it this time. It's a bit of a mirrored reflection of their last meeting. Phantom secures a flawless headshot from the Tetris, showing some serious persistence here. He's really starting to claw back into this match. The momentum has completely flipped as the favorite puts up a 3rd straight win to keep this close. The pressure is shifting back toward the underdog. Absolutely incredible, he stormed back to completely even the score. A total reset for both players as we head into the final stretch. He puts a stop to that run, edging out the duel to reclaim a narrow lead. The #1 seed is struggling to find any consistency here. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, capitalizing on that ramp advantage. It's a flip from their previous encounter today. Phantom is staying tenacious, casually picking him off the ramp to close the gap. Both players have been fighting tooth and nail for every single round. Unreal resilience from Phantom, securing the trade from the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. A perfect spot for the higher ranked player to step up. He manages to hold the ramp for another victory, extending his streak to 3 straight. The momentum shift is exactly what you'd expect from a player of his caliber. He's just unstoppable, taking another victory from the ramp to move within 1 round of the win. His recent games show just how difficult it is to stay consistent against him. What a phenomenal turnaround. He closes it out to secure the map victory. He really had to fight through the dirt to get this one done, but the top seed just wouldn't fold. What a battle. Catalyst has won a huge majority of their career head-to-head meetings. It's clear that Vortex is the one who needs to shake the historical trend here. We'll see if he can sustain this early pressure. Vortex is just seeing right through him, taking Catalyst out from that elevated spot. The third rank in the world is playing with absolute confidence. Vortex is suddenly in total control at 2-1. He's still struggling after a tough 3-game skid. And just like that, Catalyst ties things up at 2 apiece. This feels a lot like their most recent meeting. That's 3 straight for him. He's looking completely untouchable right now. Totally effortless trade of momentum. as he surges ahead with a 4-round tier. Vortex manages to scrape through a messy exchange and claws one back. It's a tough fight for a man who's lost his last 3. Vortex has been struggling with a low 30% win rate over his last 10 matchups. I mean, he's definitely fighting an uphill battle right now. The question is whether he can find a way to hold this slide before the gap becomes too wide. Dead heat now. Vortex brings us to a 5-5 deadlock. Hard to believe these two are this close in skill on the ladder. Vortex is simply on fire right now, hammering home another one to take a lead into the final round of the half. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, Vortex is proving a lot tougher to beat than his recent form suggests. He's completely negated the advantage Catalyst usually holds in this pairing. Let's see if the momentum holds. Vortex edges ahead, claiming a narrow 7-6 lead. It's a real battle of the Titans with these two so close in the ladder ratings. Catalyst answers back, and we're back to a 7-7 draw. The two of them are truly mirroring each other in this set. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, just edging out that last exchange to pull ahead. He really knows how to play his way through this particular setup. Vortex is pulling away, now leading by 2. A really tough spot for him after that recent loss to Phantom. Vortex keeps his nose ahead, pushing the lead to 9-8. That's a very tight gap to bridge between the 4th and 3rd seeds. Everything has shifted back into a dead heat, and Catalyst is starting to look a lot more comfortable with his footing. The tide has completely turned, and he just secured a commanding 3-round surge. The 4th seeded player has completely seized the initiative. He is just unstoppable right now, extending this run to 4 straight wins. Just a huge mountain for the 3rd seeded player to climb now. What a disaster for Vortex, as Catalyst moves just 1 round away from the victory. He is playing with the confidence of a top-tier seed. What a nail-biter to finish it off. Catalyst digs deep to close out the series in an absolute war of attrition. Vortex almost played the map advantage perfectly, but he just couldn't close the deal. He really fought for every inch of that ground. What a fight. Phantom looks like the clear favorite with an impressive 24-6 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Vortex has had lately, coming in with several straight losses. We'll see if that momentum can translate into an early lead. Vortex is absolutely surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is feeling the pressure right now. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. It's anybody's game right now. It's basically a coin flip right now, despite the rating gap. Phantom claws back to take a 3-2 grip. He is comfortably controlling the flow from the top of the ladder. Vortex has fought back to bring us level at 3 apiece. It's worth noting that Phantom owns the long-term history between these two. Phantom plays it safe from the ramp and manages to get the edge again. The top-rated player in our league is showing his class. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, pushing his lead to 2 rounds after that clean win. His dominance today is looking like a reflection of his top seeding. He wins that battle of the ramps and keeps this run going. Things are starting to look a bit one-sided here. Phantom just won't let up, extending his lead to 4 rounds. Vortex has had a tough run of things lately. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up 5 straight wins. The top spot on the ladder is really asserting itself here. It's 8-4 in favor of Phantom. I mean, the underdog is really making a statement here. He's purely outperforming the favorite on a map where he typically holds a 67% win rate. Vortex needs a spark here. Vortex has a perfect record in their last 5 head-to-head encounters. Well, he might be the lower-ranked player, but that specific history suggests he knows how to crack this matchup. It'll be interesting to see if these consecutive rounds can spark a full comeback. Phantom holds a commanding 3-round cushion now. Just a quick snapshot of a tighter contest. Now, Phantom is really putting the squeeze on here, leaving Vortex with very few options to get back into this. He's looking incredibly steady right now. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle now as the gap continues to widen. His overall win rate reflects the gap in skill here. And he shuts the door on any hope of a rally, sitting just 1 round away from victory. Purely efficient work on that final kill. Unbelievable. He shuts it all down with 1 final blast to secure the victory. Vortex really tried to dig in early, but he just couldn't find an answer for that level of precision today. Phantom comes in as the top player on our ladder, and he's been in incredible form today. It's a big contrast to how things are going for Catalyst, who has looked a bit shaky over the last few hours. We have to see if that raw skill can overcome a slow start. Catalyst is suddenly surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Usually the underdog in these meetings, but he's proving that right now. The momentum is completely with Catalyst right now, putting some serious pressure on the world number 1. Definitely not the start the top-rated player wanted today. Phantom needs a quick response to keep pace at 3-2. Their head-to-head history is almost a dead heat. Catalyst just really punish him for being on the ramp, taking a commanding lead here. Usually the one fighting uphill in their matchups. Catalyst really has the upper hand here, which is surprising given that Phantom wins 70% of his bouts on this map. It's a total reversal of the expected dynamic. We're seeing a real shift in who's controlling the space right now. What a fight! Both of them were staring down the barrel, but he somehow walks away with the edge. He managed to scrape through that one by the skin of his teeth. He's refusing to go away, clawing his way back into this match. His depth of experience is starting to show here. They both decided to fight for the same piece of ground, and Catalyst just won that trade. This looks a lot like their last meeting on red line. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a strong start for a player who usually struggles against the number 1 seed. He's holding his ground and keeping the lead secure. Fresh sides, let's see the response. Catalyst holds an 8-5 cushion as we restart. He's really playing at a world-class level right now. Unreal. He barely keeps his head above water to take out Catalyst from the blue. A huge relief for the favorite to stop that slide. He is completely untouchable in this exchange, showing real grit to maintain his push. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. He's simply not letting up, completing a flawless recovery to tie this match up. Everything is back on the table now. A quick reaction from him to reclaim a 1-round advantage. He's really making the most of his recent form. Phantom wipes the floor with him from the ramp to square things up at 9-9. The top-seeded player is finally starting to find some stability. He just blasts him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. Tight window of opportunity for the challenger to get back in this absolute chaos now as Catalyst forces a 10-all deadlock. The number 3 player in the world is not backing down. He really tightened up the exchange, walking away unscathed to keep the pressure on. Everything is coming up precisely how the pre-match odds suggested. They're trading blows back and forth, neither one able to pull away in this deadlock. The top seed is truly being pushed to the limit today. Unbelievable. He survives by a mere handful of health to put himself one step away from victory. A nerve-wracking exchange that barely went his way. Absolute perfection to close it out. Catalyst takes the victory. He Vremel stepped up when it counted, overcoming that Mappa's disadvantage to secure the win. A huge effort from both of them. What a match! Catalyst holds a significant lead in the lifetime, head-to-head, winning over 60% of their encounters. And looking at that previous map they just played together, it seems Catalyst is really maintaining that psychological advantage. Let's see if Vortex can find some answers here. Catalyst is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He's certainly leaning into that number 3 ranking right now. We've got a dead heat. Neither of these two can seem to pull away from the other. The two of them are perfectly matched on this particular terrain. Vortex has fought back to snatch a 3-2 lead. A shaky start for the higher rated player. Catalyst used that height on the wine to shut things down and bring this match right back to an even split. Vortex pushes ahead again, sitting comfortably at 4-3. It's a complete flip from that 13-9 result in their last match. And we are tied up at 4 apiece. Both of these guys have had an identical 14-21 run today. Catalyst has all the momentum now, picking up another quick win to move further ahead. Tough fight here, but the momentum stays firmly with Catalyst. He is comfortably playing into that favorite status right now. Simply a wall right now, grabbing a 4th straight for the lead. He's clearly comfortable in the driver's seat right now. Catalyst heading into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. Well, everything here matches the pre-match read. That 5-round surge of momentum puts the top seed exactly where he needs to be. time for Vortex to dig in. Vortex has been struggling lately, picking up only 30% of his last 10 matches. So it's a real test of his mental fortitude to keep fighting back in this series. He needs a few more rounds like that to turn the tide. He's showing a lot of heart, taking a second straight round and narrowing that gap. This is looking a lot like that tight battle he had with Zero yesterday. That was an incredibly fast reaction. Flushing Vortex right out of that high spot. Vortex stays locked in, showing some real grit to narrow this lead further. He's definitely not letting the higher rank intimidate him tonight. Catalyst is just too sharp today, reading Vortex perfectly and shutting down that Tetris angle. That high ground is becoming a nightmare for the number 4 seed. He takes that one with total ease, refusing to let the gap widen any further. He's fighting hard to close this gap after that tough loss to Zephyr. The pace of these exchanges has been blindingly fast, with Catalyst consistently getting the jump lately. A brutal scrap that barely went his way, but Catalyst manages to edge it out for a huge advantage. He is just refusing to let any momentum slip away from him. Vortex keeps the dream alive, answering back just when he needed to. He's really fighting for his life to avoid a quick defeat. What a finish. He secures the final point to close out the series. He really knows how to keep his head in this rivalry, proving once again that he just has the read on the other guy. Phantom holds a commanding 61% historical edge in their head-to-head meetings. While it's definitely a bit surprising to see the top seed starting slow after his strong performance earlier today, he'll need to tighten up if he wants to maintain that lead. Absolute control from Vortex, who just swept through this round without taking a single hit. He is simply on another level right now, claiming a 4th straight round. The top-rated player is really struggling to find an answer here. Phantom responds instantly, securing a clean shutout to get back on the board. He is putting up a real fight, securing another win to keep this challenge alive. The pressure is shifting heavily back toward the favorite. Phantom has an incredible 25-7 run over the last day. That kind of momentum usually makes it very difficult for an opponent to mount a comeback. We have to see if Vortex can actually bridge that gap. Vortex is just dominating now, leading a cozy 6-3. He's playing against the best player on the ladder right now. Vortex is capitalizing on every little mistake, putting a huge dent in Phantom's hopes of a quick recovery. Vortex keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 7-4. We're seeing a glimpse of that top seed quality. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is going according to plan for the favorite. He's looking very confident right now, but Phantom still has plenty of time to close this gap. Let's see how the sides shift. He refuses to back down, showing some real grit to stay in the fight. That's exactly why he went into this duel as the heavy favorite. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to bring the score level at 7-7. It's starting to look like a total reset for these two. Vortex just nudges ahead to claim an 8-7 advantage. He's really shaking off that recent loss against the top seed. Vortex stretches his lead to 9-7 with that clutch play. A tough stretch for the world #1 right now. He's showing incredible spirit, staying persistent to narrow this gap to a single round. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite again. He just can't be stopped right now, bringing this match completely level at 9-9. Both players are now completely on equal footing. Vortex claws back into the lead at 10-9. A huge test of nerve for the #1 player. And he has completely erased the lead, bringing the tally even at 10-all. A very clean execute to keep things deadlock. A gritty battle of attrition here, but the comeback artist emerges with his 2nd straight point. The momentum has completely flipped in the top seed's favor. Another flawless exchange for Phantom, and he's now just 1 away from the victory. Vortex had the lead, but his composure is slipping. What a finish! He closes the door on this series with a phenomenal run of rounds. He just barely edged rid of that pressure at the end. Vortex played out of his mind to keep this close. What a fight! Phantom is the highest rated player on the ladder, but he's facing a huge struggle to close out the day. It's interesting because he enters this with a much stronger history on this specific map. I wonder if he can push those old stats back into play. Absolute chaos on the screen. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to even the score. This feels like the expected outcome for the favorite. Catalyst is really starting to build some steam here, taking control of the early momentum. The odds for this pair are definitely shaking up right now. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 3-1. He's playing a perfect game for the moment despite that Numan ranking. He's simply on another level right now, scoring a completely clean kill to extend his run. It's a massive swing from his usual dominance. A gritty response from Phantom, showing he can hold his own in a long exchange. The pressure is mounting for the top seed to reclaim his footing. He secures another win from the box, stubbornly clawing his way back into this match. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing the series level with an incredible 3-round surge. He is finally starting to play like the Catalyst manages to survive a frantic exchange to regain the lead. He's certainly not letting that 114-point rating gap feel like a factor. Catalyst just brushed him off that platform with an incredibly fast reaction. A surprising shift given their head-to-head numbers. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on right before the side switch. He puts a stop to that momentum just in time. We'll take a quick time out here, but stay tuned as we get back to the action on Dunes. Welcome back, everyone. The action resumes on Dunes with Catalyst, holding a narrow 6-5 lead. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He's showing a lot of confidence despite the high level of competition. Time to swap sides. Catalyst has a recent 3-win streak in his last 10 outings, which is giving him a massive amount of poise right now. You can tell he's not intimidated by the top seed, especially since he's already taken a game off him today. This could be the point where the momentum becomes permanent. Phantom is really digging in his heels and refuses to go away, taking this round with a crisp burst. Another sharp play from the box and we are back to a dead heat. He reacts quickly to hold the momentum and reclaim a 1-round lead. His 15-20 record over the last day keeps him fighting. Catalyst edges ahead again, pushing the score to 10-8. A fierce duel from the box ends with a quick victory as the hot streak continues. It's a tough spot for the top seed to be in. He holds his ground from the box, showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. A vital stop for the man who's usually the one controlling the server. Phantom is refusing to fade away, taking a second consecutive round with a very clean finish. Unbelievable, he's completely reversed the tide, evening the score with a stunning hat-trick of rounds. A total deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and the veteran now stands on the verge of victory. He manages to recover just in time to bring this whole thing to a standstill at 12-12. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final stretch. What a display of tenacity. He shuts the door on this encounter with a perfect final exchange. Just pure instinct in that final exchange. He's completely taken over this overtime stretch, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. He simply refuses to let go, securing another effortless win to put himself on match point. What a response. He keeps the dream alive by shutting down the title favorite in a one-sided fight. He clearly hasn't let that lead get to his head. Unbelievable. He closes the series with total precision to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single one of those rounds in overtime. A tough way to go down for Catalyst after such a valiant effort. What a fight. Vortex gets a great start here, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. Catalyst is looking sharp today, showing exactly why he is the favorite in this pairing. That is a familiar sight given their long history together. Catalyst has won over 60% of their historical head-to-head meetings. So it's really surprising to see him on the back foot right now. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually break that cycle today. Both of these were playing high and aggressive, but Catalyst was just a fraction quicker to react. The number 3 seed is definitely making his presence felt. Unreal. He barely keeps his head above water, clutching out a narrow win after almost falling apart. Vortex is fighting hard to overturn his poor recent form. We've got a dead heat now with both at 3. He seems just as focused as he was in that 39 victory earlier. Vortex pushes ahead with a slim lead at 4-3. His recent form has been a struggle, so this effort is impressive. Vortex is really starting to take control of this pace, catching Catalyst right as he moved up the ramp. Vortex maintains a thin one-round cushion at 5-4. It's an interesting shift compared to the usual dominance we see here. Vortex reads him perfectly, just picking him off as he tried to hold that ramp. Vortex holds a tight 6-5 grip on this series. Another quick response from the higher rated man in this match. We head into the break tied at 6-all. I mean, it's a huge surprise to see Vortex hanging in there like this. He's shaking off that 7-game losing streak to keep this completely dead. Even switching sides now. He barely scrapes through that one, surviving a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth. That's the kind of clinical play we expect from the top team. Catalyst is really leaning into his 76% map win rate here. It's clear he's regained his composure after that shaky start, and now he's firmly back in the driver's seat. That was a chaotic scramble for the high ground, and Vortex manages to come out on top. He's playing a lot more confident than he did against Phantom. Vortex is putting some real pressure on him now, securing a second straight round from the ramp. An unbelievable turnaround for someone who just lost 3 in a row. A completely untouched finish for the man on fire, keeping his momentum strong. Surprisingly, the higher rated man is the one struggling here. Totally effortless sequence, giving him another one as he extends his lead. He manages to outlast the exchange, pushing his lead to 11-8. Catalyst refuses to buckle, quickly picking the opponent off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's really leaning into that high ladder ranking now. Catalyst secures another huge point from the ramp, showing some real guts to keep this series within reach. What a performance! He shuts the door from the ramp to tie this whole thing up. His current ranking certainly reflects the difference in their consistency today. Vortex answers back immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Vortex is truly defying the odds in this series. Incredible grit from Catalyst, holding the line on the ramp to force this game into overtime. Total reset here as we head into the extra frame. a total shutdown as Catalyst fires him off the ramp to keep the comeback charging. He's finally matching the peak form he showed earlier in the day. He's absolutely surged ahead now, taking a commanding 2-round lead in the extra period. His early lead in the tournament standings is starting to show. Vortex manages to find the opening and picks him off the Tetris to narrow the gap. He's really playing like a top 5 talent in this series. Perfect exchange from the ramp, putting him just one step from closing this out. A lightning fast wrap up to put the pressure right back on. What a scramble, he almost falls over, but manages to survive that brutal trade-off to stay alive. A complete nail-biter that leaves him barely standing. Absolute chaos in this one, but he manages to secure the round while nearly empty. The nerves are absolutely shredding as we move into this final stretch. Vortex pulls ahead by a single round now. Vortex now holds a 2-round cushion at 17-15. A complete reversal from their most recent clash on Italy. Vortex is clinging to a precarious 17-16 lead. A huge effort to stay in it, especially given that rank difference. Everything is completely leveled now, an absolute deadlock at 17 apiece. Neither one of these two is giving an inch today. Vortex edges ahead by 1, currently sitting at 18. Vortex is really proving he belongs in the top 50 tonight. Still locked in a stalemate, both at 18. It's truly a toss-up now, despite how the ranks look. Vortex strikes first in this heat, taking a 19-18 lead. And we are back to a dead tie at 19. Vortex just reclaimed the advantage, edging out a 2019 lead. An incredible shift in energy for someone who's gone 12 and 23 today. Pure insanity Catalyst brings us back to a 2020 deadlock. Just absolute chaos in this overtime battle. Vortex manages to snatch the lead back at 21-20. He's really proving he can trade blows with the heavy hitters. Vortex surges ahead, commanding a 2-point lead at 22-20. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry to walk away with this win after how lopsided their history is. Just incredible, what a fight. Phantom enters this a clear favorite today. But the head-to-head history shows a much closer fight over the long term. If Vortex can keep this momentum, he might actually shake the favorite's confidence early on. Phantom is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is looking sharp right now. What a scrap! He barely escapes that fight with his life, but he's now won 3 straight. The top seed is really flexing that rating difference today. Vortex finally answers back, managing to trade shots and secure the kill. He is definitely fighting uphill against the top seed here. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece. Vortex has really shaken off those recent losses. Phantom reacts quickly there, picking him right off the box to regain a narrow lead. He's putting his top tier rating on display right now. Phantom looks incredibly sharp today, coming into this with a 27-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that momentum is translating into real control of the server. He's really starting to separate himself from the competition. Vortex manages to shut things down from the ramp to keep this series close. He needs to dig deeper to bridge that gap in ranking. Phantom is just too quick today, catching him right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really making his status as the top player count here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, he's playing precisely to his top tier ranking today. Vortex is hanging in there, but he just hasn't been able to hold his own in the key clashes. Let's see if Vortex can push back. He's really showing some grit, taking that exchange comfortably to narrow the gap. Things are starting to look a lot more balanced now. Phantom holds a 2-round cushion at 8-6. He's absolutely dominating the head-to-head numbers throughout their history. Vortex stays aggressive, pulling his opponent off the Tetris to keep the pressure on. He's really refusing to let the match slip away. Phantom is still in the driver's seat at 9-7. He continues to look like the best player in the league right now. Phantom stretches his lead to 10-7 after that round. A shaky time lately for the 5th seed in the league. Total shutdown. He's now sitting on a 3-round streak and looks virtually untouchable. He's reflecting a lot of that recent 80% form in these clashes. What a response! He puts a stop to that surge and is now just 1 round away from victory. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health left after that exchange. What a scramble! He actually pulled that off. Another fast reaction here as he drops Phantom right off the box. He's suddenly looking like the one in control here. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door and secures the victory. Vortex really tried to claw back late, but he just couldn't find the consistency to match the world #1 today. A really fast start for Phantom to claim the early lead here. Catalyst responds instantly, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that ramp position. Catalyst is putting on the pressure now, taking control of the series with a strong sequence of rounds. Huge contrast to their last encounter on the dunes. He's simply untouchable right now. Picking Phantom off from the ramp to make it 3 straight. Unexpected start for the top seed in the server. Phantom answers back from the window, keeping things close. He's looking like the league leader right now. Phantom is just lighting up the screen, quickly shutting Catalyst down even from that high ground. The number 1 seed is starting to assert himself. A completely effortless win for him, securing another round in a row. Absolute mastery right now. He's completely taken over the map with 4 straight wins. Just as expected from the number 1 ranked player in the league. Phantom out, duels him from the ramp, continuing his surge with another clean victory. It's a tough look for a player who struggled this afternoon. A chaotic exchange ends with Catalyst coming out on top, showing some real grit to stay in this. He's fighting a steep uphill battle given the gap in their ratings. He's just too sharp right now, securing that win from the wine box to tighten this gap. The underdog is really making a case for himself right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly how I saw the start going. Both players are trading heavy momentum swings, but Catalyst is proving he can hang with the world number 1. Time to see who blinks first. A sharp read by Catalyst, picking the opponent off the ramp to move ahead by 1. He's really shaking the confidence of the top seed. Phantom claws back to level it at 7-0. He's really leaning into that 27-7 run from today. Phantom takes a narrow lead with the score at 8-7. He is definitely proving why he's the current number 1. Phantom shuts him down on the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. His 80% success rate lately is really reflecting in this set. He is completely in control, extending that streak to 4 with a total shutdown. Phantom secures a 5th straight from the ramp, putting his opponent in a deep hole. He looks completely comfortable with a huge lead in this set. He's just an absolute wall right now, shutting down the match point opportunity with ease. Unreal, that is it. Phantom finishes the job and secures the victory. He just looked a cut above in those final exchanges. It's been a brutal afternoon for Catalyst to keep dropping these. Catalyst holds a significant historical advantage with a 62% win rate against Vortex. He's certainly looking for a turnaround here after their last head-to-head meeting went the other way. It will be interesting to see if he can regain that dominance. Catalyst is now just one step ahead. Vortex has had a tough run today with that 11:24 record. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another clean victory to keep the momentum swinging. He's really flexing that higher seed in the ranking. A quick response here to tighten up the gap. He's sitting just one spot higher on the ladder. Catalyst is really pulling away with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's currently sitting as the free seed in our rating. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to edge out the victory by the skin of his teeth. Catalyst is currently on a roll after starting the day with a 13:22 record. So yeah, the momentum has shifted in his favor as he looks to put some distance between himself and the 4th seed. Totally clean look for Vortex to keep chipping away at that deficit. Still fighting to bridge the gap and overcome the oddsmaker's prediction. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He's really leaning into that all-time career edge here. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. And honestly, this looks exactly like what we expected to see today. Vortex is staying competitive, but he hasn't found a way to stop the favorite from controlling the pace. Time to swap sides. Catalyst holds a solid 3-round cushion right now. That was an incredibly fast exchange. That was an incredibly quick elimination. Catalyst is really cruising now with a 9-5 lead. He's looking much sharper than he did in his previous match against Phantom. He just isn't letting up, securing another effortless round to move within 3 of the finish line. He's really capitalizing on that top 4 standing today. A very fast reflex play to keep the momentum from sliding too far. A very tight gap between them when looking at their long-term stats. Catalyst is firmly in control at 10-7. A solid sequence here for the underdog to cut into that lead. Vortex had a brief moment of hope, but Catalyst is shutting things down again to keep the pressure high. Looking back, he's actually struggling in his last few sets. Frantic firefight that ends in the favor of Catalyst, leaving him just a single round away from the victory. He manages to shut things down just in time to keep his hopes alive. His confidence is definitely climbing after that tough start to the set. He refuses to go down quietly, securing a second straight win to put a temporary wall up. He's fighting hard to protect that 4th seed position. He is absolutely on fire right now, completely shutting down the favorite to keep this fight going. Unreal, we're seeing a complete shift in energy here. What a way to close it out. Catalyst secures the final exchange to claim the series. Vortex